Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are continuing our coverage of New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. We are in day 6, probably verdict watch. Most likely verdict watch because closing arguments will be this morning, first and foremost, and then jury instructions. Right, yeah, closings first, then jury instructions. I'm thinking if they start at 9, they're scheduled to get there at 8:45, which is pretty much right now. Yeah, we got a feed, so I'm going to take us there. Let's get us over here. So we have a feed, and the lawyers were coming in now, and the jury was scheduled to get there at 9. So if they start at 9, I'm thinking each side gets an hour, and then yeah, here we go. We got action already. Each side's going to take an hour. So that gets us to 10, 11, even 11:30. Jury instructions would be then, I'd say, half hour. No, you have not missed, Tammy, you have not missed closing arguments. They're coming up. They're coming up next. They're coming up right now. So the lawyers were scheduled, hey, Amanda, the lawyers were scheduled to get there 8:45, just to go over any last minute items. And then the jury was reporting at 9 o'clock, or they were going to be ready to go at 9 o'clock. So they're probably there already. And here comes the defendant. So they're going to do closing arguments first, and I'm figuring about an hour for each. I don't know. They didn't set a time. Or they didn't set a time limit. So I really don't know. I'm just totally guessing on that. I'm guessing that it's going to be an hour each. Could be less, could be more. I'm just basing that on their opening statements. And then jury instructions from the judge. So figure half hour or even an hour. So we're still looking at 12:30. And then they start deliberating. So that's why our thumbnail says verdict watch, because I fully expect them to be in verdict watch by 1 o'clock. So we will be dual streaming. Clues will not be posted here. I'm going to let all of our players know. Clues will not be posted here. We are not posting clues here because I'm thinking this trial could be over today, and or just in verdict watch. So clues will be posted over at Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul. I will let people know that right now. Hold on. Let's see. All right, and also I will let our players know. Okay, so now everybody knows clues will be posted in Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul. That's going to be the other trial. And let's see. So once we go into verdict watch here, I'm instructing our players, our suspects, to post the clues in Matthew Paul. That way, we're in verdict watch here. Not much happens. We just replay testimony. So that's why I'm saying because this trial is probably going to end. It could end today, might end tomorrow. So I don't want to be posting clues here when the trial is going to be over. So that's why we'll switch over to Matthew Paul. So Jenny G, good morning to you. Brat is back. Where is Brat? There you are. Welcome back, Brat. Good to see you again. Let's see, Mike and JRN, good to see you guys. Elizabeth Ann, thank you for joining us. Linda, good morning to you. Turin, nice. Mrs. Baba Yaga, I will place my bet on a guilty verdict in 2 hours. Yeah, we'll have to do some polls here. Kathy Davis, 3 of them are on social media, and the other 3 you could just go to the end of yesterday's broadcast stream, and you can hear the three clues that I said, and then the other 3 are on our social media. Elizabeth, let's see. I've not been watching this trial as the constant ticking got to you. What's the general consensus? He's using self-defense of others. He's probably, my opinion right now, it's not my opinion. Let's go with our votes. Do you believe Dustin when he was on the stand? 84% of you said, nope, he's lying and he's guilty. 3% of you said, yep, his story is airtight. And 13% of you said, yeah, I have doubts, but he's okay. So 84 out of 150 votes, 84% of us thought he's guilty. So I hope that gives you an indication of where we stand. Hey, Sharon TH, good to see you. Deviant, good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, welcoming Brat back in. Let's see. Crochet Nana, they won't post until we go over there. Yeah, that's what I'm instructing our folks to do that. Once we get into verdict watch here, which I'm anticipating to be about 1 o'clock, then we'll keep this stream up obviously for the verdict, but I don't want us to be, because I don't think a lot of people will be here. I think most people will come over to Wisconsin versus Paul. So what is email address for pick? What's an email? It's in our description, and it's info@trialtvlive.com. If that's what you're asking, it's in our description. So info@trialtvlive.com. If that is what you're asking, then there you go. All right, Cindy Davis, good morning to you. Shelly Beans, and let's see, Carolyn, good to see you. Bluebeard. I knew it. I knew I'd screw it up. Bluebeard. So that's why I'm just going to say Bluebeard. Just going to say Bluebeard because I can't get Bluebird right. All right. info@trialtvlive.com. Bluebird, thank you for joining us. I figured, let me just say Bluebeard and get it out of the way. Then I don't have to say Bluebeard again. I'll just say Bluebird. Red Snap, you're that 13%. You said 13% you have doubts. Yes, I got it out of the way. So now I'm going to say Bluebird. Bluebird. Lazy Boys, I see a bald guy. Are we playing? No, it's not. Well, I got it out of the way. That's why I said Bluebeard to begin with. Now it's Bluebird. Lynn Taylor, number 40. Ooh, that's right. I have to hit the like button as well. Thank you for reminding me. Let's all be sure that we hit the like button. Please and thank you. I just hit the like button myself. Yes, there's a bluebird on your shoulder. Oh, I was thinking about Three Little Birds today and Pressure Drop and Concrete Jungle. Just watching video out of Jamaica. Oof, that is just not a good situation. Bets I say Bluebird again. Bluebird, bird. Bird is the word, right? I got to think that. Bird. Bird is the word. Yep. There you go, Woke. Yep. Same minds. Virtuous, happy morning, afternoon, trial lovers. Good to see you. Kathy Smith saying hello. Yes, time to change your name. No name changing. Keep it the same. It's my bad. Hey, Shirley, good to see you. Willow Johnson, hello. Mallory, good morning to you. Bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Let's see, Iowa, I think Bluebird singing the dead of night. Yes, there you go. Paul McCartney. Is it Blackbird? It's Blackbird singing in the dead of night? I thought that was... Is that Paul? Yeah, that's Paul. Is it Blackbird? I thought it was Blackbird. Is it Bluebird or Blackbird? I'm going to go with Blackbird. I'm going to place my bet on Blackbird singing in the... Yeah, Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Hello, Willow. Thank you for joining us. The blue bird of happiness. Yes. What's that? What's that? May the bird of paradise fly up your nose. That's the bird of paradise. Yeah. And I get an itchy nose on cue. Yeah, may the bird of paradise fly up your nose. McCartney does have a song, Bluebird. Band on the Run. Yep. Hey, Super, how are you? Much love to you all. Can't say hey to everyone as I'm actually working today. How dare you actually work? What's wrong with you? All right, looks like we may have some action here. Oh. Good to see you too, Sue. Now you will get called Blackbird. Lily Wayne. Of course, you could be calling him her Bluetooth. Hey, Barry, we're at work with you in your office. Very good. Hopefully we won't be a distraction to you. All right. Yeah, so Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul. We'll be covering that in about another half hour. And then meanwhile, we got to get this one going. McCormick family, good morning, everybody. A bit late. No, actually, you're right on time. You're good. We just started and we're just waiting for Judge to show up. So it's all good. Lawyers are there. Judge should be joining any moment because he wanted to get this started at 9 o'clock. So they're public, Anja. They're public. They're public defenders. Both of them are public defenders. Hey, Stephen. Good morning to you. Richard, how's my eye? It's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's healing, I guess. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Bluebird, I hope the defense doesn't call sidebars during the state's closing, right? Then there's that. Peggy, I don't think he's guilty. I do think he's guilty. Hope for a quick verdict. Deviant, wonder if they oiled the gate yet. I think that's actually a good security for them. They know when somebody's coming and going. I wouldn't oil it. Hey, Trixie, good morning to you. Little Lulu, good morning to you. The case of the squeaky gate, right? Betsy Jean, good morning from a very rainy Virginia. Yeah, apparently a cold front's going through right now. It's going to be really affecting the Carolinas. Then we got Hurricane Melissa just right now. I think the landfall is maybe this afternoon. I think I was watching all kinds of video on it. I caught this one guy. He's actually like an independent reporter, and he's there, and he said that the rivers, the flooding, they have to be aware of crocodiles. Apparently, they have crocodiles in Jamaica. I didn't realize that, but apparently they have crocodiles in Jamaica. Sure Life. Oh, Squeegee said blue bird. Yes. Red Snap, Rafa. Okay, so kittens every morning they jump all over us, right? It's like WrestleMania on our bed. So I was thinking, oh my God, they're gonna run across my face. So I had my covers over my head, and then I'm like, well, let me take them off. And Rafa was jumping up on the headboard because there's about the width of your hand is on the top. So he's trying to jump up there, and he slipped and, of course, fell right on my face. So I woke, I got up immediately. I'm like, and blood's dripping down. Hey, Saudi girl. Good morning to you. Kitty Power. Exactly. You're still watching Jamaica? Yeah. Tell us when land falls. Or when the, tell me when the eye hits. Lazy boys, if you don't mind. All right, looks like the judge is coming in. Here comes the judge. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side.
Good morning, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, good morning. We're here outside the presence of the jury 214-2024 CR 0028, State of New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Mr. Duren. And I know that after the close of business, I did circulate the jury instructions consistent, what I believe, with my orders yesterday. And Attorney Kettles, looks like you have questions on that or on something else?
Yes, Your Honor. And maintaining all of the previous arguments we made yesterday, I just wanted to point out one additional note based on the draft that was circulated last night. Starting at the bottom of page 12, continuing on about halfway through page 13, the discussion about the distinction between deadly and non-deadly force, we would ask that that be stricken. I don't think there's any dispute in this case that the force used was deadly, and so I think it is confusing to the jury to have them be doing this weighing of deadly versus non-deadly force, especially in this coming after the second-degree murder, knowing charge where deadly force is not one of the elements, caused the death of another is one of the elements.
Okay, and I note that in the defendant's submission, which I denied yesterday, and is again colloquially known in these parts as the NOMAR instruction, that in the defendant's requested instruction, there was a definition of deadly force that was in the defendant's overall requested instructions. I would note that for the record.
Yes, Judge, and reading the current version of the instructions, I think that this series of paragraphs with what the current instructions are a little bit confusing. And so just seeking to have the clearest and most simple language possible for the jury based on the court's ruling yesterday.
Okay, understood. Anything further, Attorney Kettles?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
We disagree, Your Honor. We think these instructions are appropriate. They were contained in the previous draft, as they are in this final draft. I don't think there's any reason to take them out. I don't believe it would be confusing for the jury to understand the difference between deadly force and non-deadly force in a situation where they were going to hear arguments after hearing testimony about someone who fired a gun at someone for allegedly hugging someone too tight. I think that's deadly force. That's non-deadly force. It's important to know the difference.
Okay, all right.
And so, Judge, that sounds like the state wants this instruction not as it goes to Mr. Duren's use of force, which is the purpose, but to try to somehow bolster the actions of Ms. Naffziger, which is an improper purpose. If there's going to be an instruction on deadly force, it should be about the defendant's use of deadly versus non-deadly force, and the state just said that's not why they want it. They want it for a different and, I think, impermissible purpose.
I would disagree with counsel's characterization of the state's argument. I don't think there's anything else that the state needs to say.
Okay, all right. Anything further, either party?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Defendant's request is noted. Defendant's request relative to that removal of that instruction is denied based upon the arguments contained by counsel, also based upon arguments as referenced yesterday during the charging conference, the lengthy charging conference, and also based upon the defendant's submission relative to jury instructions, which did include a requested definition relative to deadly force. I think that based upon the overall circumstances, the instructions adequately and reasonably set forth the issues for the jury to be decided with respect to this matter. So over the defendant's objection, that specific portion of the instructions will remain in as drafted, as prepared. Anything further, Attorney Kettles?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Spicer, anything further?
No.
Okay. All right. Last bit of business, which I just want to make sure we want to make sure that during just relates to logistics. I want to be able to make sure that I've established that I can I think under the circumstances, the best thing is to go back where it was yesterday, and I will simply move down to that portion.
That's going to take us at least 20 minutes, Your Honor, of taping wires and moving the equipment and resetting up another monitor.
No, when I said yesterday, I meant at the end of the day yesterday. I just meant shifting that to
Back to where it was.
this morning.
This is over here, over this way. This morning.
This morning.
I'm not. No, I'm not talking about.
Thank you. I thought you meant
No.
moving it all the way this way, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, I think.
And if the court, Your Honor, if the court needs or requires it after we're done with closing and before, when the court is instructing, we can disconnect the cords and move the TV straight across the room.
Yeah, no, I think under the circumstances, I think if I'm here, then I can maintain the most. It's a rather narrow angle. It's a narrow angle of being blocked, and I think I can see everything I need to be able to see for purposes of the record. If I position myself here, any objection from the state relative to anything?
No, Your Honor, we do appreciate it.
Okay, anything from defendant?
No, Your Honor, I just note that we now can't see that screen, so I just like to test, the state has said this
Yeah,
should still
this
work, but I'd
letter is
like to
still
test
working.
it before the jury comes in, since we now can't see that.
Please.
If you could just turn it on and make sure it's connected.
So I should ask Madam Clerk, do you object if I?
No.
Okay.
Is your monitor power on?
Yes.
It's on this.
It's working on the judge's bench. We're not seeing anything in here, Judge. I think before you had to wiggle the wires. So we'll need to test before the jury came in.
No, let's make sure this
Blue light. HDMI no signal. Blue screen to no screen.
Oh, blue light's on. There we go.
Okay.
Attorney Kettles, are you
We can now see this, yes.
up and running? Okay. So once again, please let the record reflect that based upon the configuration of the courtroom, the court does find it to be in the interest of the jury and in the interest of those in attendance, as well as counsel. It appears that everybody has the ability to see the monitor. Judge, I will move down to a position directly behind the clerk's bench, from which vantage point, let the record reflect that I will be able to maintain visual contact with the jury as well as the parties in this case, and I've consulted with counsel as to that issue, and there's no objection, so I think we should be sufficient under the circumstances. If an issue does arise, of course, I reserve the right to momentarily pause the proceedings in order to bring some whatever change is necessary under the circumstances. Anything further from the state before we line up the jury?
There you go.
No.
Thank you. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further from the defense
No,
at
Your
this
Honor.
point? Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
of the honorable jury. Owens County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan F. Frizzell presiding.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, good morning, members of the jury. Thank you for your punctuality. Thank you for your service. As I told you yesterday, we're about to proceed with closing arguments from the defendant and from the state, and you'll also hear my instructions to you before you retire to the jury deliberation room to decide your verdict. The first matter, obviously, you can see in order to allow the presentation of certain items with respect on the screen, the screen has been moved over here. As a result of that, I'm stepping down here so that I can maintain visual contact with you folks as part of this proceeding. So I will do that during the closing arguments, and I've consulted with the lawyers, and they're in agreement with that. So I will be moving down here just so that I can continue to see what's happening. I can also see the screen from where I am here. So the first order of business, as I mention every morning, because there has been a media presence with respect to this trial, I again ask you if you have had any exposure to any of the media coverage, any information outside the confines of this courtroom, even if it was inadvertent. If you have received any such exposure, I would ask that you please raise your hand to indicate so, and we will address it at that time. Okay, please let the record reflect that none of the jurors raised their hands, so thank you again for following my instructions in that regard. And we are now at the point of closing arguments. And again, closing arguments, jury instructions, and then at that point you will, once I give you the permission, you will be able to talk about the case and the evidence at that time. Okay, so anything further, either counsel before closing this? Okay, I will, if you give me 1 second, Attorney Kettles, I'll move down here. I've been offered the clerk's bench. I'll take the clerk's bench. That. Okay, thank you very much.
The law says that Dustin Duren is not guilty. The law says that Dustin was justified when he shot Caitlyn Naffziger. The law says a person has the right to use deadly force when they reasonably believe that someone is committing or about to commit a kidnapping. Caitlyn had kidnapped Dustin's child before. She had a plan to kidnap his children again. She told Dustin he would never see his children again, and she was holding Elowen hostage in front of him. Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was committing or about to commit a kidnapping. Dustin Duren is not guilty. This is a case of secret plans, broken promises, and a father's unyielding love. It is about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter. A horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. The law says that Dustin Duren was justified when he shot Caitlyn Naffziger. Dustin Duren is not guilty. Caitlyn Naffziger went to Dustin's apartment in Berlin in late February 2024 under false pretenses. She told him that she was there to drop off his daughter Valen, but she was actually there with a secret plan that she came up with together with her Aunt Brenda, a secret plan to take both kids to Minnesota without Dustin knowing, a secret plan to kidnap the children. And it wasn't the first time that Caitlyn Naffziger had kidnapped one of their children. When the family lived in Las Vegas, Caitlyn walked out of the house with baby Valen in a stroller. She pretended she was going to the park. Hours later, she hadn't returned. Dustin went to the park to look for them, and they weren't there. Caitlyn had taken the baby not to the park, but to the airport. She was flying to Minnesota with their baby, moving out of the state with Dustin's child, without telling him, without getting his agreement, without even letting him say goodbye. Caitlyn had kidnapped Dustin's child before, and when she came to New Hampshire, she planned to do it again. Caitlyn and Brenda had a secret plan to kidnap the kids, to unlawfully interfere with Dustin's custodial rights, to take both Elowen and Valen to Minnesota without even telling Dustin. But that secret plan was interrupted. Caitlyn had to change her plan once Dustin began to figure out that something wasn't right. And here's what happened. First, Brenda drops Caitlyn off at the restaurant rather than sticking around to take Caitlyn back to her place in Hampton. Then, Caitlyn wants to go back to Dustin's apartment in Berlin, where she had told him before she didn't want to stay. The next day, Caitlyn won't tell him when she is planning to leave. Caitlyn is acting suspiciously. She's ignoring him, doing something on her phone, refusing to engage about what is happening with their children and what she is planning to do. And this is the exact same thing that she did last time she kidnapped one of their children. And so Dustin is getting more and more suspicious. After Caitlyn ignores him all afternoon, Dustin decides that Caitlyn, who's refusing to communicate with him, is no longer welcome in his apartment. He tells her she needs to leave. She ignores him again. He tells Caitlyn it's time to leave and he will drive her back to Brenda's place. And to get ready to go, he puts Valen in the car seat near the kitchen. And when Dustin tells Caitlyn that she's no longer welcome at his place, Caitlyn's secret plan to kidnap the children is interrupted. Caitlyn realizes she is not going to be able to steal the kids away from Dustin without him knowing. And so Caitlyn changes her plan. She reacts. She grabs Elowen to use her as leverage, to use her as a pawn to try to enact the plan. Dustin comes back into the living room and sees Caitlyn sitting on the couch, holding Elowen from behind. Elowen is straddled on Caitlyn's knee. Dustin tells Caitlyn, "Come on, we're leaving," and tries to grab Elowen to get Elowen ready to go. But Caitlyn refuses to let Elowen go. She grabs Elowen and she pulls her back. And Dustin lets go because he doesn't want to engage in a physical struggle with Caitlyn over their child. So he again asks. He starts to beg Caitlyn to let go of Elowen. Caitlyn refuses. She says no. And at this point, Dustin's internal radar is going off. Caitlyn is refusing to release their child. She's physically restraining her. She's putting her at risk. And Caitlyn has been acting suspiciously. She's been acting the same way that she did last time she kidnapped one of their children. Caitlyn is beginning to become a threat. Dustin is a Marine. He's trained to respond to threats, and he's responding at this point in the way he has been trained. He's at condition orange. He feels there is a danger to his child, and at condition orange, he's focused in solely on that threat and his need to protect his child. Dustin is begging and pleading with Caitlyn to just let Elowen go. And Caitlyn again refuses. Caitlyn tells him that unless he pays her $2,000 a month, she is taking the children back to Minnesota and he will never see them again. Let's be clear, she is not asking for child support. She is not asking for money to help her take care of the children. She is asking for money so that he can have the children. She's asking him to pay her money so that he can keep the children. At this point, she's holding Dustin's child hostage, holding her for ransom, saying that she'll only release her if he gives her money. And she's also threatening to call the police and to lie to them, to tell them that Dustin took Elwyn to Berlin without permission, and that she's going to lie to the police unless he gives her money. And while she's threatening to take his children from him and make sure that he never sees them again, she's continuing to confine, to restrain their child. Dustin feels like this is a hostage situation. Elwyn isn't safe. He's panicking. He keeps begging and pleading, begging Caitlyn to just let Elwyn go. She refuses. She continues her threats that Dustin will never see the children again, that she is taking them from him. And she continues to confine Elwyn in her arms. At this point, the tension is rising. Valen is crying from her car seat in the other room, and Elwyn is crying, both from the argument and from being physically restrained by Caitlyn. The situation is overwhelming. Dustin is scared for Elwyn. He needs to make sure that she's safe. His fatherly instincts, his protective instincts, are telling him that something is seriously wrong. The woman who kidnapped his child before is telling him she's going to do it again. And this time, he can see her physically holding their child hostage. Dustin, trying again to protect his daughter, tries to take Elwyn for the second time. And Caitlyn pulls her, yanks back again, and Dustin lets go. Caitlyn continues her threats to take the children and ensure that Dustin never sees them again. Caitlyn is escalating. She's getting more and more aggressive. She's kidnapped one of their children before. She's threatened to take them from him before, but this time is different. This time, she's holding his daughter hostage, holding her for ransom right in front of him. This time, she's confining his daughter, restraining his daughter, using physical force against his daughter. And Caitlyn had been on the phone. Dustin's thinking, is there someone outside? Maybe Brenda waiting? He's thinking, she's saying she's taking my kids from me. She must have a plan. And Dustin tries one more time to take Elwyn, to free her, to make sure she's safe. This time, he tries harder. He tries to grab one of Caitlyn's wrists with one hand and wrap his arm behind Elwyn with another so that he can free Elwyn from Caitlyn's restraint. But instead of letting go, Caitlyn gets more aggressive, more physical. Caitlyn braces her leg against the table. She yanks back even harder than she has before. She pulls, she twists, she bear hugs Elwyn. And Elwyn lets out a scream, a cry of pain from being yanked back by Caitlyn. Dustin and Elwyn lock eyes, and Dustin sees Elwyn's fear and her pain. And hearing Elwyn scream is horrific. It's a line that has been crossed. Elwyn is about to be kidnapped. Elwyn is in immediate danger. And so Dustin acts immediately. And he very, very quickly, with deliberate motion and without conscious thought, acts the way that he has been trained. The only thing in his mind is save Elwyn. His internal radar goes into condition red when a threat is so immediate, a danger so imminent that you need to take action. Like he had been trained, instinctually, automatically, he grabs his gun, chambers around, grabs the collar of Elwyn's shirt with one hand, and pulls her as far toward him as he can while Caitlyn is still restraining him. And while Elwyn is still in Caitlyn's arms, still being held hostage, he fires a single shot. And immediately after he shoots, Elwyn is released from Caitlyn's arms and she is freed. Elwyn wraps her arms around Dustin and he runs out of the house and puts her in the car. He talks to Elwyn and makes sure that she is physically unharmed. But he's still in this heightened mode, this need to protect his kids. He grabs what he thinks they would need, he puts Valen in the car, and he drives. And once he's on his way, once he knows both kids are safe, once he's out of condition red, he feels horrible. What has happened is tragic. Caitlyn is someone he cares about and who is important to him and his children. He knew that he had been acting to save Elwyn, but that doesn't mean he isn't devastated by what just happened. And he knows he needs to turn himself in, but he wants to spend some time with the girls first to make sure that they are unharmed, to make sure that they are okay, not just physically, but mentally. He calls his mom. He tells her he shot Caitlyn. He tells her to call the police. And then he turns his phone off so he can have some time with the girls. And he drives, checking in on the girls along the way. The following morning, he turns around and heads back to New Hampshire to turn himself in. And he is hoping to have a meal with the girls before he does so. But the police locate him first. He cooperates, he complies with their commands, he makes sure they know that there are children in the car and exactly where his gun is located. And he does these things to make sure his children are safe. And then he speaks with the police, voluntarily, although he's under no obligation to do so. He's still in shock when he tells them what has happened. He feels horrible about what has happened, and he doesn't want to blame Caitlyn. He doesn't know New Hampshire's law on justification, and he doesn't know the law of defense of others. All he knows is that he was acting to protect Elwyn. When the state played the video of his interview, the last thing we heard Dustin say was about Elwyn. He says, not that it even justifies anything, but it's like, she's just my everything. And Dustin's right that Elwyn is his everything, but he doesn't know the law. The law says that Dustin is justified. The law says that Dustin is not guilty. The judge will instruct you on the law. He will tell you, evidence has been presented that Dustin acted in defense of another with respect to each of the charges. He will tell you that you must find Dustin not guilty unless the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in defense of another. And the state cannot meet its burden. Dustin did act in defense of Elwyn. He is not guilty. The judge will tell you that when looking at the evidence that Dustin acted in defense of Elwyn, you should consider all the circumstances surrounding the incident. You should consider how he acted under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, and not necessarily as they appear upon detached reflection. The judge will tell you that Dustin had the right to use deadly force to defend Elwyn if he reasonably believed that Caitlyn was committing or about to commit a kidnapping. Dustin's belief that Caitlyn was about to commit a kidnapping was reasonable. Dustin had the right to use deadly force. Dustin is not guilty. And consider all the evidence you've heard that Caitlyn was about to commit a kidnapping. And I'm going to highlight just 4 of the many things that you've heard. First, Caitlyn's own aunt told you that Caitlyn had a plan to take the children to another state without telling Dustin. Second, Caitlyn had kidnapped one of their children before. Caitlyn had taken one of their children, pretended she was going to the park, and actually gone to the airport to take Valen out of state to move her to Minnesota without even letting Dustin know. Third, Caitlyn was holding Elwyn hostage, telling Dustin he was never going to see either of their children again. And fourth, Caitlyn was willing to harm Elwyn rather than let her go. Caitlyn was in fact attempting to commit a kidnapping. We heard it from her own family member. And therefore, Dustin's belief that she was about to commit a kidnapping is not only reasonable, it's correct. During jury selection, we talked about the fact that parents have a responsibility, a duty to protect their children. And that's what Dustin was doing. He was protecting his child, ensuring she was not kidnapped. The facts are clear. Caitlyn was about to commit a kidnapping. You heard it from Brenda, and you heard it from Dustin. The law is clear. Because Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was about to commit a kidnapping, Dustin had the right to use deadly force. Dustin is not guilty. The state gets to make its closing argument last, and Dustin won't have the opportunity to respond. So let's talk a little bit about what the state is likely going to say and about the evidence the state presented or didn't present during the trial. First, you should not automatically believe that what the state is telling you is correct. The state showed you that in its opening statement. The state's claims about what the evidence would be in its opening statement were wrong, and they were misleading. Here's one example of when they were wrong about the evidence. The state told you, even put up on its big fancy screen, that Dustin was asked, "Fair to say you know you are endangering Elwyn," and that he said yes. But the sergeant, the police officer, the state's own witness, told you that what actually happened was the exact opposite. Dustin said, "Could it be that I'm endangering Elwyn by what I did?" And I would very much say no. Dustin was asked, "Fair to say you know you weren't endangering Elwyn," and that's what he said yes to. What the state told you about the evidence was wrong. What the state told you about the evidence was misleading. It told you that Dustin said the shooting was very deliberate, but it didn't tell you that that wasn't all he said. He said it was very, very fast, very deliberate. And that was misleading. That left out half the sentence to create a misimpression. The state also got it wrong when they said that Dustin grabbed Elwyn, she was in his arms, he stepped back, and then he shot. That's what the state said happened in its opening statement, and that's not what happened. And the state knows that's not what happened. The state had proof in their evidence that what they are saying happened is not true. Their claim that he had Elwyn in his arms and stepped back is not true. How do we know that? We know that because the range of fire was close enough that Caitlyn's hair got caught in the slide of the gun.
Objection. May counsel approach.
Members of the jury, I'm instructing you, I'm striking the last sentence from the closing argument and instructing you to disregard it, and I will return to my seat now. Okay, thank you.
This is State's Exhibit 24A. They didn't talk to you too much about State's Exhibit 24A. They talked to you about the gun, but not about the other half of the picture. The other half of the picture says, hair removed from slide. So you will take it back with you, and you can see it right now. The police tampered with the evidence. They took the hair from
Objection.
the slide.
May counsel approach?
Yes.
Woo, getting spicy over here. Objection. Woo. The spice is flowing over on this trial. Objection. May counsel approach.
excuse me, members of the jury, I'm striking the last sentence of the defendant's closing argument based upon the totality of the evidence that has been submitted. Also, there was no evidence adduced during trial of any improper action in the collection of forensic data. Attorney Kettles, you may proceed.
States 24A shows that hair was removed from the slide.
The state didn't present any evidence that it tested the hair. The state didn't present any evidence about whose hair it was. The state didn't have its witnesses talk to you about the hair that was removed from the slide of the gun. And the state didn't talk about the fact that hair had been removed from the slide of the gun during its opening argument. And we can't know whose hair that was because the state didn't present any evidence, because the state didn't test it. But we can think about whose hair it must have been. We can think about where Dustin said his arm was when he fired, and where Caitlyn was in relation to that gun and the slide of that gun. We can think about the fact that Caitlyn's hair wouldn't have gotten caught in the slide of the gun if he had grabbed Elwyn, taken a step back, and then shot. Caitlyn was still holding, still restraining, still confining Elwyn when Dustin shot her. Dustin was justified. Dustin explained to you that Caitlyn was still bear hugging, still restraining Elwyn when he fired the gun. He explained to you that he pulled onto the collar of Elwyn's shirt with one hand to pull her forward to try to get her, but that she wasn't released from Caitlyn's arms. She wasn't safe until after he shot. The state may try to argue that that's not what he told the police, but you have the video. Watch it. They say that he stepped back. Nowhere in that interview does it say that he stepped back. Nowhere in that interview does he say that Caitlyn had let go before Elwyn was shot. That Caitlyn had let go of Elwyn before he shot. I expect the state will make a big deal of the fact that the medical examiner told you that there was no evidence of close-range firing. But that just means that some of the markers that the medical examiner would look for weren't there. The medical examiner told you that he couldn't say exactly where the shot was fired. He said that it's possible, he said on cross-examination, that it's possible to fire from close range without those markers being there, especially when there is hair overlying the entry wound, like there was in this case. There wouldn't be gunshot residue on the skin if there was hair in the way, and there's been no evidence presented that the state tested Caitlyn's hair for gunshot residue. You have better evidence than a medical examiner who can't say anything with 100% certainty, who wasn't there, who doesn't know whether or not this was justified. You have the photos from the apartment and from the autopsy. I'm not going to put them up again. But Caitlyn was sitting on the couch facing forward. She was shot in the side of the head. Dustin couldn't have had Elwyn in his arms, taken a step back, and then shot. If he had done that, she would have been shot in the forehead from the front. Instead, what happened, what the evidence shows, is that Dustin was grabbing Elwyn's collar with one arm and shooting with the other, while Caitlyn was still confining and restraining Elwyn. It's the only thing that makes sense with all of the physical evidence, that which was presented to you and that which was not, and which was not tested. It's the only thing that makes sense with the location of the gunshot entry wound and exit wound. It's the only thing that makes sense with the trajectory of the bullet down through the drawers. The state's got it wrong when it describes where Dustin was and where Elwyn was when the shot was fired. The evidence that the state presented about what Elwyn says happened also gets it wrong. It's also misleading. The only evidence the state presented about what Elwyn says happened comes from a doctor, not from a police officer or an investigator. And let's go over exactly what Dr. Robertson said. Dr. Robertson was leading Elwyn. She was asking her pointed questions, trying to figure out whether she had any medical issues, based on the only information the doctor had at the time, which was that Dustin shot Caitlyn. Dr. Robertson did the best exam she could with that limited information. Dr. Robertson said that she asked Elwyn if there was anything wrong with her, and at first, Elwyn said no. And only after Dr. Robertson guided her, led her to the answer, did Elwyn eventually say that her ear hurt and pointed to her left ear. Dr. Robertson had to ask her a very specific question to get that answer. She had to ask her how her ear got hurt. And Elwyn answered that question. She said, Mom and Dad were fighting, and Dad hurt Mom and me, and there was a lot of blood. And Elwyn's ear hurt because she had heard a gun that Dustin shot. That's not up for dispute. But think about what Dr. Robertson didn't know to ask. Dr. Robertson asked Elwyn if she was hurt anywhere else on her body, and Elwyn said yes. But Dr. Robertson didn't know what else had happened. She didn't know that Caitlyn had grabbed Elwyn, yanked her, pulled her, twisted her, made her scream in pain. And so the doctor couldn't get the right information out of Elwyn. The doctor didn't know what questions to ask to help Elwyn explain why else her body hurt. Elwyn was just 4 years old, and the doctor, who didn't know everything that had happened, couldn't ask her the right questions to get the full story from her. The state didn't have Elwyn testify. They didn't present testimony of any police officers or investigators who had spoken to Elwyn. They didn't give you the full picture of what Elwyn said. They gave you one small glimpse from a doctor who was there to treat Elwyn, not to interview or investigate. And the doctor didn't know what had happened and didn't know what to ask. You didn't hear the full story of what Elwyn said. The state also presented evidence in a misleading way when it cross-examined Dustin. It tried to suggest that Dustin never told the police that Caitlyn threatened to take the kids. But Dustin told the police over and over again that Caitlyn threatened to take the kids. You have Dustin's statements to police in evidence. And here's the rough timestamps for all the times, not all, but some of the times, when he tells the police that she threatened to take the kids away from him, both before the incident and during. 28 minutes and 13 seconds, he says, "She just kept threatening, well, okay, I'm going to take the kids away." 28:47, he said, every month it was basically the same thing of her wanting more money with threats of taking the kids away. 31:11, he said, she was basically threatening to put me in prison and take the kids away. 32:39, she threatened to arrest me and take the kids away. He starts discussing the day of the incident. 59:18, she started getting more and more aggressive about how, no, I'm going to take the kids from you. An hour and 16 seconds. The one thing that does set me off is these continued threats of taking the kids away from me. An hour, 1 minute, 58 seconds. Her just again threatening to take the kids and saying she just wasn't going to leave and that she wasn't going to leave and that she was going to take Elowen and Valen back to Minnesota. By an hour and 32 minutes into this interview, he said it so many times that the police start talking about how she's threatening to take the kids away. Dustin told the police, and he told you, that she threatened to take the kids away over and over and over again because that's what happened. I've given a lot of timestamps, but I'd ask you to take a listen to the video around 1 hour and 40 minutes. That's when Sergeant McLaughlin asks, and I'm quoting, "The training you're talking about is marksmanship training, not specifically hostage? Because that's my first thought, was you're trying to remove Elowen from a harmful situation. Do you have training in hostage-type scenarios?" That's the investigating officer's first thought, that Dustin was trying to remove Elowen from a harmful situation and wondering if he had training in hostage-type scenarios. That was the police officer's first thought, because Dustin was trying to remove Elowen from a harmful situation, from a hostage-type scenario. Think about the evidence that the state didn't present to you. The state didn't call Brenda. The state didn't talk to you about or present evidence of testing of the hair stuck in the slide. The state didn't ask the medical examiner about how hair impacts gunshot residue. The state didn't have a police officer who spoke to Elowen testify. The state had Dustin's phone. They had his text messages with Caitlyn, his text messages with Lori, his text messages with Rob, but they didn't show them to you. They didn't want you to hear what they said. And those text messages prove that what Dustin told you is true.
Objection.
So another sidebar here. This is their third one. They've had two sidebars and comments have been struck. Hey, Melissa, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Aussie Gardner, good to see you over here as well. Our mods are helping us out on both streams right now, so we appreciate our mods for doing that. Let's see. So they talked about this hair that wasn't tested. That was a big one. I don't know. What do you guys? If you guys haven't taken our poll yet, are you buying what the defense is selling? 11% of you are saying yeah, you are buying what they're selling. 81% are saying nope, and 8% so far say not bad, but you'll need a loan. And they started at 9:10, so it's been 50. Not about 50 minutes or so, but they've also had about 5 minutes of sidebars between these three sidebars. So I'd say, yeah, about 45 minutes she's been actually talking. All right. I'm going to go back to Wisconsin versus Paul. I'll leave you guys here while the defense is going first, which is weird. Usually it's state, defense, state. So the defense is going first here. I'm not sure how they do things in New Hampshire, but it usually is the state goes, then the defense goes, and then the state has a rebuttal. So I've never seen a trial where the defense goes and then the state goes, because it's the burden is with the state. So I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on, like why they're letting the defense go first. So to answer your question, Sue, I don't know. To be quite honest, I really have no idea if it shouldn't. The burden is on the state, so the state has the burden. I mean, I just said that twice. So It should be this. Should be the state defense and then state again, so that they can rebut what the defense said. Yeah, Barry, this is their third one. We saw this one other trial, but I can't remember which one. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, narcoleptic, insomniac, how are you? Brad says can go either way. If the attorney says a bunch of stuff that are told in increasingly strong terms to disregard, it can make the lawyer look shady, so it depends on the juror. Kathy says, we've seen it before. Maybe it's New Hampshire thing. Yeah, I've never seen this before. State can do it either way. Ed says, Sally Starr, in some states, the prosecution can defer. Curious minds want to know. Sue says, yeah, I've never witnessed this before. It's the first time I've seen the defense go first. Karen Reed, defense closed first both times, Barry says. I don't recall that. All right. Hey, you learn something new every day. Ed says state chooses to go first or last, just take more time going last. Yeah. Sharon says it's a New Hampshire thing. All right, I'm going to head back over to the Matthew Paul. Mom's on the stand right now.
Members of the jury, based upon the state of the evidence, I am going to strike the last sentence of the defendant's closing argument and instruct you to disregard it. Thank you.
I expect the state is going to try to argue that Dustin didn't reasonably believe that Caitlyn was committing or about to commit a kidnapping because she was the children's mother and because there was no court order on custody. But that just doesn't make sense. Think about it. Imagine if Caitlyn's secret plan had gone into effect. Dustin would have woken up in the morning to both of his children gone, stolen, kidnapped, taken away to another state. We are talking about unlawfully taking children away from their father to another state permanently without him knowing. We are talking about coming up with a secret plan. We are talking about deception. We are talking about Caitlyn planning to commit a crime. Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was about to commit a kidnapping. And the fact that she's the children's mother doesn't change that. The state's also got it wrong. They're missing the point when they spend hours and days focusing on cell site location data and testimony from someone who saw Dustin's car and presenting a whole lot of evidence of things that aren't in dispute, that Dustin told you happened. They're focusing on what happened after the shot was fired. But what matters in this case is what was happening immediately before and while the shot was fired. This whole case is about Dustin's defense of Elowen, that Dustin was justified under the law. Dustin wanted to spend more time with his girls. That's not a crime. He's not charged with anything related to that. It's only human nature. It's a father wanting to make sure his kids are okay. He wasn't denying what had happened. He called his mom and told her. He knew his dad would call the police. He made sure they knew the girls were okay, and he told them that after he took some time with the girls, he was going to turn himself in. He didn't deny what had happened when he waived his right to remain silent and spoke voluntarily with the police. And he didn't deny what had happened when he took the stand here yesterday and spoke to you. Nothing that happened after the fact changes what happened in that apartment. It doesn't change that Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was about to commit a kidnapping, that Caitlyn had a kidnapping plan, that Dustin was justified under the law. The state is wrong about whether Dustin's use of deadly force was justified. Think about Dustin's perspective. Think about what was going through Dustin's mind at the time. Dustin didn't think there was any help available. Dustin had spent months trying to figure out how to deal with Caitlyn. He called his parents. He called her parents. He called a lawyer in Minnesota and one in Vegas. He called the Berlin Police Department, and they told him they couldn't help. Think about that time a year or two ago when he called the police in Vegas and they didn't show up until after the threat was gone. Think about the fact that Caitlyn had kidnapped his child before and she had a plan to do it again. The judge will instruct you that you should consider how Dustin acted under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, and not necessarily as they appeared upon detached reflection. Consider how he felt at the time in that moment that Elwyn is screaming in pain. Consider his perspective as a Marine, his perspective as a father whose child had been kidnapped before by the very same person who was holding his child hostage in front of him. And I'd imagine the state is going to talk a whole lot about other things that they think Dustin should have done instead. But think about what's going on here. Dustin tries to de-escalate the situation. He tries to talk to Caitlyn. She won't talk to him. He begs her and pleads with her to just let Elwyn go, and she refuses. He tries to just grab Elwyn, and Caitlyn won't let him. He begs again for Caitlyn to let Elwyn go, and she refuses. He tries to get Elwyn a second time, a third, and the third time he tries even harder, grabbing Caitlyn's wrist with one hand and trying to pull on Elwyn from behind. And it is only once Caitlyn physically harms Elwyn, only when Caitlyn is willing to go to the length of letting her child be harmed, be hurt, to enact her kidnapping plan, that Dustin acts. Even when Dustin grabbed the firearm, even when Caitlyn heard him chamber around, she still didn't let Elwyn go. Even when Dustin pointed the firearm at her, Caitlyn still didn't let go of Elwyn. Caitlyn was still holding Elwyn hostage even after he had taken those steps. Those steps of grabbing the firearm and chambering it weren't enough. So Dustin did what he had to do. Dustin reasonably believed the amount of force he used was necessary because nothing else worked. And again, you will be instructed to think about Dustin's actions under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, when he acted in the heat of passion. Consider the stress, the anxiety, the fear, and the need to take immediate action. to prevent Elowen from being hurt, to make sure Elowen was safe. Your role is not to Monday morning quarterback. It's to think about what Dustin was seeing and thinking and feeling in the midst of this horrific situation when he had to make a split-second decision and act instinctually. And from that perspective, Dustin did what he had to do to save his child. Dustin was justified. Think about the fear that Dustin felt, hearing Caitlyn tell him he was never going to see his children again, seeing Elowen restrained, confined, held hostage in front of him. And think about the fact that he did not take that action until Elowen had been harmed, until Elowen screamed in pain and locked eyes with him, until the line had been crossed. He was a Marine and a father responding to a threat. He was a Marine and a father protecting his beloved daughter. This is a tragedy, but it's not a crime. When you hear from the state, I ask you to keep in mind everything we've just talked about. I ask you to keep in mind that Caitlyn's own aunt told you that Caitlyn had a plan to kidnap the kids. Keep in mind that if Caitlyn had a plan to kidnap the kids, it was reasonable for Dustin to believe that she had a plan, that she was about to kidnap the kids. Keep in mind that the law says that Dustin had the right to use deadly force if he reasonably believed that Caitlyn was committing or about to commit a kidnapping. The judge will instruct you that you must apply the law and that you must hold the state to its burden. When you do, you will return the only fair and just verdict, the only one supported by both the evidence and the law. One declaring Dustin Duren not guilty.
Members of the jury will take a 10-minute break. Turn around. 10 minutes.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'm ready now or whenever you'd like.
Okay, we'll take a break now. Mid-morning break now. We'll reconvene at 10:25. Again, please do not discuss any aspect of the case or evidence amongst yourselves. Please notify a bailiff. If you see anyone do that, we'll be in recess until 10:25. Thank you. All right.
All right, they're on a break here after the defense closing arguments. 3 sidebars. Took about from 9:10 to 10:15, so basically an hour, but minus, I'd say, at least 5 minutes for sidebars. So basically an hour. So out of 145 votes, are you buying what the defense is selling? 80% of you said, no way, walking away. 12% said yes, and I want a bridge too. And then 8% of you said, not bad, but I'll need a loan. So that's where we stand with that. The only thing I heard, was this whole hair, the hair in the gun, the weapon, the firearm. Where was it, in the slide? Is that where she said? He's trained to reply to threats. He was a condition orange. So she's saying so she was basically saying that Caitlyn was blackmailing him. I don't know. He grabs his firearm, grabs Elowen by the collar. I mean, that's not traumatic. I mean, seriously? But he was saying that he grabbed her like this. I don't know. Seems a little different. Hair that was removed from the slide of the gun. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, the slide of the gun. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Cindy Davidson. 2 months. 2 months, rabbit ears. Fantastic. Thank you. Kelly, that was not kidnapping. I'm not seeing it. You know, Shore Life. 10 months, rabbit ears. Thank you. Thank you so much. Cynthia, defense is lying about Dustin about money in selling car. Absolutely no good mother sells her kids. I'm just, yeah, I don't know. Teresa, you're coming in with guilty. I don't see it as defense of others. I'm just not seeing it. But we've heard everything now from the defense. So they basically just gave him their best shot. So personally, I'm not seeing it, but that's just me. C. Gilmore still can't get over the fact he had a loaded. And we do ask you, if you just misspell the GUN, put an asterisk or call it bug or something, because YouTube does YouTube. C. Gilmore still can't get over the fact that he had a loaded firearm on the table. I know, right? Thank you, Jenny. I'm hoping that you're echoing Shore Life's TTVL is the best. Thank you, guys. Denny Dawn, she was sitting down, guilty, not defense here. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I don't see it. I don't see it. Pew pew. Yep, exactly. the Geen stamp of approval from Ed there. Guilty. Richard should write a song called Sideba. Right? Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Pew pew is fine. Yep. Just anything other than GUN. Just we want to stay on the good side. We want to stay on the good side, not on the dirty side. Oh, we have a clue which should be dropped. You guys don't drop them here. Drop them over at the other trial. Aussie Gardner, if you don't mind dropping it in the other trial. Because this one, I think this trial is going to be over. So if you don't mind, put it in the other trial, Aussie. Thank you. But Aussie Gardner's dropping clue number 7. I heard Judge Canoni's right finger was pointing to her hand. So if you don't mind posting it in the other trial. Thank you, Aussie. All right, I'm going to come over here real quick. Oh, Daisy, if the pew pew was sitting on the table, I wonder how intimidating that is, right? Yeah, this is a break between the two closing arguments. Break between the two closing arguments. All right, I'll be back.
Standing for the honorable jury.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Again, let the record reflect, I'll be moving to adjust my position where I can maintain visual contact. Attorney Duren, you ready to proceed?
Thanks, Ron. Just checking, Your Honor, you're all set?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was not an accident. This was not defense of others. This wasn't done to prevent a kidnapping. It was murder. And he knows it. He knows. And that's why he's changed his story over time. He's taken time to craft what he's wanted to say. It's why he has changed what he told the police after he was caught to what he testified to on the stand. It's why he's tried to blame Caitlyn Naffziger for her death. The real victim here, the victim that you're here to decide this case about, is the unarmed woman who the defendant shot in the head, who was sitting on the couch with a child. Now, yesterday, when he testified towards the middle of his cross-examination, he told you in his own words, live from the witness stand, why he shot and killed Caitlyn. And he told you that in that moment, right before he got his gun, right before he pulled the trigger, that she hurt his daughter. His daughter. If you listen to defense counsel's opening, I lost track of the number of times that they described this child as his daughter. Caitlyn Naffziger, according to the defendant, hurt his child. She hurt her by holding her tight, hurt her by pulling her close, hurt her by pulling the child away when the defendant tried to grab her. Turning it on helps. Let's be clear. Caitlyn was holding their child, her child, as much as his. A child she carried for 9 months, a child she gave birth to, a child that she could hold and bear hug and be with just as much as he could. They had equal rights to these children, rights they had been arguing about since August of 2023. On the day that the defendant killed Caitlyn, he was angry. He was yelling. He didn't want to admit that during his testimony, right? I maybe yelled 1 to 2 sentences. The defendant needs to be in control. That is clear from his testimony. It is clear from his statement to the police. He is the person who operates best under stress. He needs to be the leader. He wants to have a plan, and you know what? Once a plan is made, there are no changes. Plans never change. But on that day, on February the 29th of 2024, the defendant was not in control of Caitlyn. You know, defense counsel stood in front of you and said, think about how he felt, that he might have to lose his children, that he couldn't hug them when he was taken into custody. He was asking Caitlyn to drop her child, the youngest one off, their child, with him, to then see her daughter, their daughter, who she hadn't seen in a month and a half, sleep over, and leave. Think about that day and what the defendant's behavior must have been. How his frustration over the situation, over the change in plan, turned to anger over the course of a day. It must have. It doesn't make sense that it wouldn't have. He didn't want Caitlyn there in his apartment. He wasn't happy that she had spent the night. It wasn't part of his plan. He wanted her to leave. He testified and told the police that during that day on February the 29th, every 15 minutes or so, I think he said 15 to 30 on the stand, but he said 15 during his statement to police. Every 15 minutes for several hours, up to 5, he agreed with me yesterday, probably between noon and 5 p.m., he went to the room where Caitlyn was playing with their daughters, and he asked her when she was leaving. He hovered in the doorway. Her being there wasn't part of his plan. He wanted the girls with him, and he wanted Caitlyn gone. He told the police that. He told the police that he'd even discussed it with his mother. For at least 5 hours, every 15 to 30 minutes, he went to that doorway and he said, "When are you leaving?" He asked how she was leaving. When is her ride coming? And she was ignoring him. She wasn't ready to leave her children, their children, behind. The defendant was frustrated, but he became angry. He was angry because she wasn't doing what he wanted, wasn't following his plan. He was angry because she was ignoring his questions, because she didn't want to leave. He was angry because they were having the same dispute they'd been having since August of 2023. And Caitlyn, we know, apparently, didn't want to hand their 4-year-old daughter over to the defendant while he was yelling and angry, while he was pulling at the child and trying to yank her from Caitlyn's arms. Caitlyn knew how angry he was, and she knew that he was dangerous. She didn't know how much of a danger in that moment, but he'd show her. You know that Elowen told doctors at the hospital what happened. You know that she asked them to look at her ears because they hurt from the loud noise of the gunshot. Defense counsel wants you to believe that Dr. Robertson, somehow not knowing what happened, led Elowen to make the statement that she made. It simply doesn't make sense. You heard testimony from Dr. Robertson where she explained to you how she approaches a child. "Hi, I'm Dr. Natalie. Can you tell me what hurts?" That's not leading. That's not trying to get an answer from a child. It's trying to find out where they hurt and where to examine. And when Elowen was asked what hurt and where to examine, she said that Mommy and Daddy were fighting. She said that Daddy hurt her and Mommy, that Mommy had lots of blood. Elowen didn't have any bumps or bruises from being held tight by her mother. She didn't say that Mommy hurt her. She said Daddy did. The defendant hurt them both, and he hurt them in the worst way possible. On February the 29th of 2024, Dustin Duren murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. He killed her as she sat on a couch in his living room. Remember the testimony. And ladies and gentlemen, you are the deciders of the facts, right? If defense counsel stands in front of you and they tell you something and you disagree with it, that's what you should do as jurors. You're the judges of the fact. If I stand in front of you and I say something that you don't agree was the evidence that you heard, that's what you should do. You should discard what I tell you and pay attention to the facts that you heard in testimony. But the facts that you heard was testimony from Dr. Weinberg, right? And he talked to you about close contact firing. And even under cross-examination, his testimony was that the defendant had to be 3 feet away or more from Caitlyn. And not just the defendant, right? But the tip of the gun. The tip of this gun had to be 3 feet or more away from Caitlyn's body, away from her head when it was fired. And so we know that the defendant stood at a distance when he shot her in the side of her head. When Dustin Duren fired a single bullet from this Beretta 9mm handgun, Caitlyn Naffziger was wrapped up on the sofa in their daughter's pink unicorn blanket. Her foot was on the coffee table. She had no shoes on, and there were none close by. She wasn't threatening anyone. She had no gun, no knife, no weapon of any kind, nothing. She wasn't even looking at the defendant. You know, defense counsel stood in front of you and said, well, if it happened the way the state described, well, then Caitlyn would have been shot in the head. Well, not if she wasn't a threat, not if she wasn't watching him, not if they weren't engaged in any kind of dispute or argument like the defendant has said. We know from the evidence that she was shot here in her temple. That's what the doctor can tell you. In terms of positioning, that's based on how they were interacting at the time, and Caitlyn wasn't looking at Dustin Duren. The defendant's bullet entered the left side of her head at her temple. It traveled straight through her brain. When the bullet exited on the right side of her head, it took pieces of her skull with it. The bullet continued in a straight line, cutting into the built-in bookcase behind her, ricocheting through the drawers. You know, Caitlyn was likely dead before Elowen even saw the blood, before Elowen began screaming about the noise of the gunshot hurting her ears. The defendant didn't check to see if Caitlyn was alive, to see if she could be saved. Instead, he ran. He loaded his car with changes of clothes. More than you needed for one night, more than you need for 2. He put his desktop computer tower in the trunk. He turned out the lights, he turned the key in the deadbolt and locked the door. He drove south. He went dark. You know, defense counsel made it a point that you didn't need to know about his phone searches or his phone records. But you know what they told you, those records? They told you when he left his house, which gives you an idea of when he killed Caitlyn. Those records that you have in evidence show you that around 6 o'clock, between 5:30 p.m. and 6 p.m., on the 29th of February, the defendant began to leave his home. Caitlyn was dead, and he was on the run. A person who's justified, who acted lawfully, who acted to defend someone, they do not run. They stay in place. They do the right thing. They ended the threat. They call the police and they tell them what has just happened. It's the first thing that they say. They yell it at the top of their lungs. They scream that they had no other choice. But the defendant didn't do that, and he didn't do that because he had choices. There were options that didn't involve putting a bullet through an unarmed woman's head. He knew then that what he had done was not justified. It wasn't in defense of someone else, and it wasn't to stop a kidnapping. It was a murder, and he acted like a murderer. You know, a murderer packs their clothes and drives through the night with 2 little girls after he has killed their mom and left that mom dead in his living room. A murderer turns off his phone so the police can't find him. A murderer needs 16 hours to tell the police that something happened. And that's how long Dustin Duren had. from 6 p.m. or 5:30 p.m. when he left that house until he was taken into custody at 10:30 the next morning. He had 16 hours. But you know what's even more is a murderer needs 3 hours of background testimony at a trial before he can tell his new version of what happened.
You don't have your coach.
A murderer needs 1.5 years to explain that his actions were an act of defense of others. You know, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant thinks in this case that he can fool you, that he can put this claim of defense of others in front of you, and that you will jump on it and detract from his actual actions and his intent. When you were chosen as jurors in this case, each of you individually, you brought your life experience with you. You brought your ability to make assessments and to make judgments, and you brought your common sense. You know, we keep a lot of things that you're not allowed to bring with you into the courthouse or bring with you into the jury deliberation room, but your common sense isn't one of those things. Your common sense and your knowledge about people, it stays with you when you come in the courthouse. It stays with you here in this courtroom, and it will sit with you as you go into that back room to deliberate. Your common sense and your experiences is why you were selected. And it gives you a framework and a basis to evaluate what happened on February the 29th of 2024. This is a framework that you can use to evaluate the witnesses, the testimony, and the evidence. Your common sense plus that evidence and plus the court's instructions are the tools that you have. They're the only ones we give you, but they're the tools that you have to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in order to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt in this case that the defendant killed Caitlyn Naffziger, and that when he did that, he was not acting in lawful defense of others to prevent a kidnapping when he shot her in the head. You, as I've explained, are also the judges of fact, and that is why you use your common sense to evaluate that testimony. You give the testimony of each witness what you believe it deserves, not what the state tells you and not what the defense tells you. In terms of the first part of your job, determining whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Caitlyn Naffziger, At the beginning of this case, we stood in front of you, my colleague, and told you that this is not and would not be a complicated finding for you. This isn't a whodunit, that by the conclusion of the evidence here, you would know beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who shot and killed Caitlyn Naffziger. Throughout the past week, you have learned that he confessed to his parents, he confessed to the police, his gun is the murder weapon, that he knows that when you point a gun at a person, you intend on killing, that he knows exactly where the bullet went, and that he has testified now in this case that he is the one who fired the shot. You know beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed Caitlyn Naffziger. The defendant is facing several charges related to this case. Those charges include second-degree murder, reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, and endangering the welfare of a child. The judge has explained some of the law to you, and shortly he's going to explain to you what it means to commit second-degree murder. The defendant, to be clear, is charged with two variations of second-degree murder. He's charged with knowing second-degree murder and reckless second-degree murder. The difference is in what he was thinking at the time that it happened. The court will talk to you about those charges of reckless conduct and endangering the welfare of a child, and those charges, so that you understand, are related specifically to the defendant's actions in which he placed 4-year-old Elwyn in danger or violated a duty of care that he had to her. The facts of this case as presented to you over the past week and a half have demonstrated that each of the requirements that you need to find the defendant guilty of these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt have been met. Let's demonstrate what I'm asking, or what the state, what everyone's asking you to do here. I want to look at the factors of second-degree murder. Up on the screen you have in front of you part of what the judge will instruct you on. The judge is the judge of the law, just like you are the judges of the fact. So his instructions will hold, okay? Now you have to decide whether the defendant caused Caitlyn Naffziger's death. Again, this has been proven. The defendant admits that he was the person who pulled the trigger, that he shot Caitlyn in the head, he caused her death. For knowing second-degree murder, you also have to consider whether the defendant acted with a knowing intent to cause her death. That means that when he fired the gun, he was aware that such conduct would cause Caitlyn's death. You should consider all of the evidence that you've heard throughout this case when you decide whether the defendant knew that he would cause Caitlyn's death by shooting her that day. You've heard about the defendant's ability with a gun, his military training. He testified that he raised the gun, and he admitted that the purpose of pointing a gun at someone is to kill. There is no other purpose. He knew that this would be the result when he pointed his gun at Caitlyn and when he pulled the trigger. He knew exactly where the shot would go and the damage that it would cause. For each of the charges that we're talking about, the court, you must also consider the defendant's claim that he was acting in defense of others. Specifically, the judge will instruct you that in this case, acting in defense of others means that the defendant had to not just reasonably believe. Now, defense talked to you in their closing about reasonable. It was a reasonable belief, a reasonable belief. But you'll note that on the screen, and as the judge will advise you later, that there's actually another portion of that. The defendant's belief has to be an actual belief and a reasonable belief. We expect and anticipate that, the defendant testified from the witness stand that all he had about this kidnapping plan or kidnapping idea were his suspicions. Suspicions are not an actual belief, they're just suspicions. The defendant didn't have an actual belief here, and he didn't have a reasonable belief here. And if he didn't have those two things, if his belief wasn't actual, if his belief wasn't reasonable, then he was not lawfully acting in self-defense, and his murder of Caitlyn is not justified. There was a lot of discussion about where the 4-year-old is at the time that the defendant fired. And that's one of the things that you can consider both in the charges of reckless conduct and with respect to the defendant's claims. At the time that the defendant had fired, if we look specifically at his claim that Caitlyn was kidnapping, right? At the time that the defendant had fired, he had grabbed Elowin with his left hand and he shot Caitlyn with his right. With that action, the defendant ended any argument he might have made that he had shot Caitlyn to prevent a kidnapping. It was over, it was done, and he had the child. But it's the state's position that there was never any kidnapping. Caitlyn was never about to commit a kidnapping. She was not about to do anything. She had made her position clear to him. She was refusing to leave, and she was seated on the couch holding their daughter. In the defense's opening statement, they told you that the defendant pulled Elowin to safety before he fired. He told the police in his statement that he had grabbed her, pulled her back, and then shot. But yesterday in his testimony, he stated that he had just pulled her forward by her shirt and held her in place. He implies that she was still on Caitlyn's lap when he fires the gun. But the defendant's testimony doesn't fit with the evidence. Dr. Weinberg testified that he found no evidence that the shot occurred within close range. He testified even on cross-examination that his opinion was that it had to be 3 feet or more away. He found no evidence of stippling. Now, this isn't gunshot residue, it's stippling. Little burns of gunshot powder embedded into Caitlyn's skin or face. She didn't have any. There was no stippling on Caitlyn's wound. There was no stippling on her face, her neck, or anywhere on her. Dr. Weinberg found no evidence of soot deposits on her face, and he testified to you that based on his examination of her body, the muzzle of the gun had to be at least 3 feet or more, not closer, 3 feet or further back when it was fired. And if the shot came from 3 feet or more from Caitlyn's body, there is no possibility that Elowin is on Caitlyn's lap when the defendant fires. Elowin was in his arms. Even if the defendant had fired the gun in the way that he demonstrated or tried to demonstrate from the witness stand yesterday, he would have been closer to Caitlyn than 3 feet. The gun would have been closer still. Just as he told the police, the defendant grabbed Elowin and pulled her back. The defendant then had to step back to shoot Caitlyn Naffziger from the distance that her body shows the shooting happened from. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about defense counsel's desperate efforts with respect to State's Exhibit 24A to talk about a hair on the slide. No one knows whose hair this is. No one. Defense counsel does not have to put on a case. They do not have to bring up evidence. But if this hair was the linchpin that solved it, they had every right and could have. And they chose to put on a case.
Objection, burden shifting.
Roach.
so when the defense was going, they had 3 sidebars. I think this is the state's, 3 now, or 2, I think. I think this is 2. So 3 for the state, or 3 when the state was giving their closing. I'm sorry, 3 when the defense was giving their closing. And now this is at least 2 that I can recall while the state is going.
Members of the jury, I'm going to strike the last sentence from the state's argument and 2 other comments. The defendant had no burden to test any evidence in this case. And in fact, the defendant has no burden to produce any evidence in this matter. So with those instructions, I'll allow the state to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, defense counsel kept showing you this photograph, the word hair, because there was a hair in the slide. And they want you to somehow put together and believe that is Caitlyn's hair, because that would somehow show you and prove by their theory that the defendant was closer than 3 feet. That you should use the fact that there's a hair on the gun, a gun that was next to the defendant, next to his child, in a pocket inside of a door in a car, and that you should somehow use this missing hair that hasn't been tested to decide that that means he was closer, that you should use this hair to disregard the testimony, the evidence, and the expert opinion of Dr. Reinberg. That doesn't do this. There's no inference as to whose hair. I think we all understand, especially possibly the women on the jury, that hair falls out. It's everywhere. Hair on a gun isn't an inference that you can make. It doesn't matter whose hair it was. None of it would show that Dr. Weinberg's testimony is called into question. Dr. Weinberg, who testifies that this gun, the muzzle of it, the very tip, was at least 3 feet away from Caitlyn when it was fired. 3 feet from here to Caitlyn. You can make reasonable inferences from evidence. You cannot make jumps or wild conclusions. You have State's Exhibit 26B in evidence. That's the defendant's statement. This is an image from that, just showing you him in that room where he was interviewed, in that room with police officers on March the 1st of 2024. He didn't claim during this interview anywhere, at any time, that he acted to defend somebody, that he acted to protect Elwyn from being kidnapped. The defendant didn't shout it at the top of his lungs. He never once said he acted in defense of anyone. Unlike in his prepared testimony Friday of last week and yesterday, the defendant didn't tell the police that Caitlyn was kidnapping anyone or about to kidnap anyone. He also didn't tell the police about his suspicions or make hypothetical statements that someone might be outside of his apartment. He didn't tell the police that she was demanding that he pay her money in that moment. He talked a lot about times she'd asked for money in August of 2023, in September, October, leading up to this incident, but he never said those demands happened before he shot her. He didn't tell the police that she was demanding that he sell his car and give her money. He didn't tell the police that before he shot her in those moments, that he'd never see the kids again. These are all statements that he added over 1.5 years later in support of his defense to excuse his murder of Caitlyn. You remember when he was specifically asked in that statement if Caitlyn was threatening anyone or causing any harm, he said no. He never once said he had to act to defend anyone. He never once mentioned a kidnapping. Not until yesterday in this courtroom did he make that statement. And even then, if you remember his testimony, he didn't say that he acted to shoot because his daughter was being kidnapped. He stated that he had shot and killed Caitlyn because in that moment, she was hurting Elwyn. The defense has argued to you that Brenda Plumunden and Caitlyn Naffziger formed some kind of secret plan to take the children. Their plan involved code words and planned 911 calls. And it never happened because Caitlyn never called. For a plan to be secret, the people involved in it don't tend to broadcast what they're about to do, don't tend to stand in front of the person they're about to steal a child from and say, I'm going to call the police, I'm going to take the kids. About that plan, what defense has termed as a secret plan to go along with the broken promises because Caitlyn wasn't following the defendant's plans. The word plan comes up a lot, and I apologize because it's hard to keep them all straight sometimes. But Caitlyn never called Brenda. She never texted her. She never asked for help. She never sent a code word, and Brenda never called 911. More important to your consideration, defense counsel advised you're not to Monday morning quarterback the defendant's choices, right? You're only to consider what he knew in that moment. And so if he didn't know, that Brenda and Caitlyn had talked about this code word and 911 call plan, then he didn't consider it in the moments before he shot. What you do know is that the defendant didn't know about it and that it never actually happened. And because of those things, because he didn't know, you cannot use it to make the defendant's now stated belief that the defendant was going to kidnap the children become an actual belief or a reasonable belief. You know from his testimony that he only had suspicions. He didn't act on an actual belief, and his belief and his actions were not reasonable. On March the 1st of 2024, 16 hours after he had murdered Caitlyn, the defendant drove from Vermont into Keene. He told you that he was on his way to turn himself into police, to turn himself in for shooting and killing Caitlyn. He drove past multiple police stations in multiple states. He drove past the New Hampshire State Police Barracks at Troop C. He wanted to be arrested on his own terms. He knew that he would be taken into custody. He knew there would be an investigation, and he was ready for that. That's why he came back. He knew that speaking to the police was his opportunity to provide a statement about what had happened, his statement, and he wanted that opportunity. He wanted to speak with police and tell them why he shouldn't be in trouble for what he had done. But he didn't turn himself in. He got taken into custody at gunpoint in front of those two little girls whose mom he had killed. He had 16 hours to think about and prepare for this moment. He had 16 hours to determine what to say, what exactly to say and how to say it. He'd given himself the time and the space to put any spin that he wanted on the events that occurred in his living room. He'd had time to consider what it was he was going to tell police, how he would portray himself, how he would portray Caitlyn. Besides his 4-year-old daughter, there was no one to contradict him. And so he waived his Miranda rights. He spoke with investigators for over 2 hours. They let him talk about anything he wanted to address and just asked him questions to fill in the blanks. This was the defendant's opportunity to tell them why he had killed Caitlyn. He said she refused to leave. He said she was bear hugging their daughter, that she wouldn't let go, that he tried to pull the child away. If you listen in the tape, there's about 40 minutes where he talks about their background and his disputes with her and their custody issues. It's not until almost an hour in that he actually starts talking about the moments that Caitlyn was in his apartment and leading up to his killing of her. In those moments, at around, I believe it's 1 hour and 4 minutes, the defendant says he was trying to grab Elowen and be like, hey, let go of Elowen. And she just wouldn't do it. And that was kind of the tick. And then he says, I think the moment was definitely very deliberate and fast. It was like the line had been crossed. That her not letting go, her continuing to hold Elowen, was the only thing, the tick, the moment in his mind when he decided to kill, the moment when he decided to walk for his gun. And you know that he decided to kill in that moment because he did grab his gun. He racked the slide. He switched the safety off, and he walked over to shoot Caitlyn. And you know that Caitlyn saw him as he picked up that gun, because he told you in his testimony, she was closer to it than he was. And you know because you heard that gun as it racked when Jill Terrio was showing it to you. You know Caitlyn heard the racking of that slide. And for what the defendant would admit to in his testimony yesterday, she at least tried to ask him what he was going to do with it. But he didn't answer, because within seconds, he had shot her in the head, and Caitlyn was dead on the sofa. The defendant shot and killed her without a second thought, and he never, not one time, said anything about Caitlyn being a threat or a danger to anyone in that moment, not until he took the stand yesterday. Compare that to his actions as he described them in that story about the burglar in Nevada, a story that defense puts to you in their closing as explaining why he didn't call the police when Caitlyn was in his house. But it does so much more than that. It shows you the difference in behavior that the defendant has, the restraint that he can show, the fact that his muscle memory isn't all that's to him. A stranger trying to break into his home received more consideration than the mother of his children. That stranger was told to leave. He told them to go. He called the police. The defendant warned the stranger that he was armed with a gun. He went to the length to open the door and show the stranger the gun. He sat and waited with his loaded gun while the stranger tried the door, tried the windows, tried to break in. His muscle memory didn't take over. He didn't just shoot. The defendant never fired. He didn't shoot. The stranger walked away unharmed. But the mother of his children, she had to die. You listened to his statement during the presentation of the case. You have it in evidence and you can listen to it again as many times as you want. You'll have a laptop back there that hopefully has a working CD player. You can listen to it, you can rewind it, you can jump to spots you want to hear. You should watch it. You should compare it to the statements that the defendant has now given to you from the witness stand. When you watch it, watch his demeanor, his body language, his facial expressions. Listen to the places where he hesitates or doesn't really answer the question that he's asked. Listen to the places where he scoffs, laughs, or smiles as he provides information to the police about where the bullet struck the mother of his children. Listen to the information he gave the police and his reactions and behavior when this was still fresh in his mind, 16 hours later, when he hadn't reviewed any evidence against him, but instead was telling things as they had happened. Even then, much like the defendant spent 3 hours sitting on this witness stand talking about child custody and his life before children, as well as his love of his children, the defendant spent the first 40 minutes of that interview talking about those same things. Again, the defendant begins discussing the shooting about 40 minutes in and the reasoning for it about an hour in. He says that she was holding Elowen and refusing to leave. That's it, nothing else. Nowhere in the statement does he say that he acted because Caitlyn was using force to commit any crime, let alone a kidnapping or being about to commit a kidnapping. Nowhere in that statement does he say she was harming anyone or physically threatening anyone. Many of the statements that he made yesterday are not in the statement to police. He never told the police that night Caitlyn again demanded money from him or sell his car. He never told the police that he was concerned that Caitlyn could reach for a gun. He never told the police that Caitlyn put her foot on the table and tried to use that to push away from him. He never told the police that Elowen shrieked or yelled or cried out because she was being hurt. He never told the police that he taught Caitlyn to fire that gun. You know, the defendant told you that during his testimony that he wanted you to believe that he's adding this information because he was misunderstood. He wasn't misunderstood. His words weren't misinterpreted. He just never said these things. Not for a year and a half. He is adding these things to change your opinion of him and of his actions, to try to get away with murder. The defendant spoke with detectives about every bad thing he believes that Caitlyn Naffziger had ever done to him or concerning their children. Is there any doubt in your minds that if she had said all these things he added from the witness stand, that he wouldn't have included them for the police? He'd had 16 hours to figure out to portray her as the villain and himself as the victim. The defendant has testified about being a Marine and being a father. Both of these things are true. But a third thing is true. He murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. He killed her out of anger, anger that she was questioning his plans, anger that she was remaining in his house and wasn't leaving like his plan said she would. You got to hear those 3 hours of testimony in which the defendant spoke about his history and his love of his children. You'll never hear Caitlyn Naffziger's history or about her love of being a mom, about her love for those same children, children she carried to term, her memories of their first years. You won't hear about Ellen's first Christmas when she was just 2 weeks old. All you got to hear was when Brenda Plamondon told you that Caitlyn was so loving and so happy to be a mom. You don't get to hear Caitlyn's story about those last moments of her life. She isn't here because the defendant killed her. The defendant killed her out of anger. He killed her because he wasn't going to lose power over her, he couldn't control her, and he wasn't going to swallow his pride again. The defendant is bigger and stronger and heavier than Caitlyn Naffziger. He talked with detectives about whether she'd ever been violent with him, and he told them he would never have registered it because she was so tiny. She couldn't hurt him if she tried. Not then, not ever. And one thing the defendant never said, not once, not during any statements with the police and not from the witness stand, is that Caitlyn never, ever hurt their children. There's no evidence that he even would try to say that. Now, the defendant wants you to believe that he shot this small, unarmed woman in defense of others, that this murder was justified, that he had no choice, that his use of force was somehow proportional, because the judge will explain to you that his use of force has to be proportionate to what he is responding to. The defendant wants you to believe that what he did was reasonable. He wants you to find that Caitlyn was committing or about to commit a kidnapping when he killed her, that she posed a danger when he killed her, and that this makes his killing valid, that he was right to shoot her in the head. All of this despite his clear testimony that he had shot and killed her just because she had hurt their child in the moment before the shot rang out. In order for you to find the defendant not guilty in this case, you would have to find that he acted in defense of others, that he both actually and reasonably believed that the mother of his children was committing a kidnapping or attempting to commit a kidnapping in that moment. Again, the defendant himself testified that he had suspicions, but you cannot kill someone over suspicions. It's not an actual belief, and it is not reasonable. The defendant testified that Caitlyn was threatening to call the police, that she threatened to take the children, but you cannot kill someone over a threat. That is not reasonable and is not an actual belief. There is nothing in the defendant's statements to police or even his testimony that demonstrates that deadly force was necessary or proportionate to the reason that he said he fired. He was a Marine. He was trained in martial arts. She was unarmed. The defendant didn't use deadly force because he had no other choice. He shot an unarmed woman in the head. He murdered Caitlyn. You have an evidence states Exhibit 9A. So just blown up for the purpose of presentation. States Exhibit 9A shows you Caitlyn as the defendant left her in that living room. This is a photograph of a mother sitting snuggled under blankets on a sofa, who has one foot kicked up on a coffee table, who has no shoes, no weapons, and poses no danger. This is a woman who moments earlier had a child on her lap. Their child. Their child. This is not a woman who was committing or about to commit a kidnapping when she was shot in the head. This is a woman with no friends in Berlin, New Hampshire. No friends in the area. Her family, a 2.5-hour drive away. She had never been there before. She had no car, no bus ticket, no means to leave. The defendant's reasons for shooting Caitlyn had nothing to do with the kidnapping. He told you he shot and killed her because he believed that Elowen was being hurt. He described that Elowen was hurt during his efforts to take her from Caitlyn. He said Caitlyn hurt her by holding her too forcefully. A person cannot use deadly force to protect someone from being held too tightly by their mother. That's not reasonable. The defendant did not have an actual or a reasonable belief that Caitlyn was kidnapping or about to kidnap these children. There's no justification, no excuse. This is not a reasonable use of deadly force. The facts tell you that. The law tells you that. Your common sense tells you that. The defendant shot this unarmed woman in the head while she was sitting on a couch, wrapped in a pink unicorn blanket. He shot her because she refused to leave and was holding their daughter. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't self-defense. It wasn't to prevent a kidnapping. It was murder, and he knows it. And now, so do you. The time for excuses is over. Please find him guilty of all of these charges.
Okay, members of the jury, we're at the point where I am now going to provide my instructions to you. Once again, I do think under the circumstances of this case, I do think it's appropriate to take a brief break before I provide you with my instructions. So we'll be back at 11:35. You will hear my instructions. After that, you will be ready to deliberate. And until then, again, until you have my instructions, I instruct you not to discuss the case with anyone amongst yourselves. And if anyone does so, please report that to a bailiff. As soon as we're back, I'll complete my instructions to you. And at that point, you can deliberate. Thank you. Please rise for your all rise. All right, so they're taking a break for about 10 minutes, and then they're going to get into jury instructions. So that was about a little bit less than an hour as well. And they had a couple breaks there, a couple sidebars. So that was maybe 50 minutes or so. So they both roughly took a little bit. Well, defense took a little bit over an hour, but they had 3 sidebars. And then the state took less than an hour with 2 sidebars. So, all right. What's up, buddy? All right, so we're on break here, and we got the medical examiner on the other trial, so I'm going to go focus over there. So I will check in with you guys for jury instructions.
Just checking in on what's happening over here. So this is, let's see. So I'm not sure what's going on. They're still live. Their feed is still live. Remember they had an issue with their live view earlier. I love to see this. Okay, so we're seeing all this the back end stuff. So these are all the different clips, I guess they take. Interesting. Format media. Oh, and they're back. All right, that was fun. Fun little look behind the scenes as they get sorted out. Back to the seal. Yeah, they should be coming back in about 2 minutes. 11:35. Judge wanted them back, and then they're going to do closing. Then they're going to do jury instructions, which I'm anticipating to take about an hour. I think about an hour. Could be shorter. I'm going to give them an hour, so that'll get us to 12:30, and then they start deliberating. So we'll get it. After jury instructions, we'll get a how long will the jury deliberate? We'll get that going. I could get it going right now, actually, too.
Session, the Honorable Jonathan S. Purcell presiding. Please remain standing for the honorable jury.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at the beginning of the trial, I gave you some general instructions as to the law that applies to this case in order to give you some guidance as you considered the evidence in this case. We are now at the end of the case, so I will give you further instructions, and then you will retire to the jury deliberation room to decide your verdict. You will receive a written copy of these instructions when you are ready to deliberate. I am going to repeat the instructions that I gave you at the outset because this trial has occurred over several days. Place no special emphasis on any of the instructions that I am repeating. I am repeating them only to remind you of my earlier instructions in the interest of being complete. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you have to understand the definitions of the crimes with which the defendant is charged. You have to understand how convinced one way or the other you should be before you reach your verdict, and you have to understand what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness. These instructions, as I said, will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict. It is up to you to decide the facts of the case. You, and you alone, are the judges of the facts. You must decide the facts solely from the evidence in this trial. You apply the facts as you find them to be to the law as I give it to you in these instructions, and in this way you reach your verdict. You should decide the facts in this case without prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. You are to decide the facts based only on the evidence, and the evidence in this case consists of the testimony under oath of the witnesses and any exhibits which have been admitted into evidence. Those exhibits will go with you into the jury deliberation room. There are certain other matters that you may not consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and charged with a crime is not evidence of his guilt. In this case, the defendant was charged by means of a document called an indictment. An indictment is simply a way of giving the defendant notice of the accusations against him. This type of document is a formal way of accusing him of a crime in order to bring him to trial. In your deliberations, you must not consider the fact of the defendant's arrest, the indictment, or the fact that the defendant has been brought to stand trial as evidence of the defendant's guilt. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentence is solely for the judge, and you should consider the evidence presented and base your verdict only on the evidence without considering the issue of punishment. What the lawyers have said to you is not evidence. In their opening statements and their closing arguments, the lawyers discussed their view of the facts to help you understand the evidence from their point of view. But the lawyers are not witnesses in this matter, and therefore they cannot testify. Therefore, what they said to you is not evidence in the case. If the lawyers stated the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. Also, if the lawyers stated the law differently from the law as I explain it to you in these instructions, then you must disregard what the lawyers have said about the law and follow my instructions. During the trial, the lawyers made objections. Lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Please do not hold it against either party if they made these objections, and sometimes these objections required bench conferences. If I sustained an objection and I excluded any evidence, you must not guess as to what the evidence might have been. If I ordered that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence. Likewise, if I overruled an objection and I admitted certain evidence, then you must not give that evidence any special weight as a result of my ruling. I am not expressing views as to the importance of evidence when I make my rulings. I am merely applying the law, as is my duty. Throughout the trial, I must be fair and impartial, just as you are required to be. So if I said or did anything during the trial that causes you to believe that I favor one party over the other, I now instruct you that I do not favor either party in this case. The role of the judge is to run the trial in a fair and orderly manner, to decide the admissibility of evidence, and to instruct you, the jury, on the law that applies to the case. You, and you alone, as I said, are the judges of the facts, and you decide the verdict. Beyond explaining what you must not consider, I'm going to describe what you can consider as evidence. You should consider the testimony of witnesses and any exhibits that may have been introduced as evidence. In other words, you should consider only the legally admissible evidence and reasonable inferences that you can draw from the evidence. By reasonable inferences, I mean conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that are proven to your satisfaction. There are two ways for a party to prove a particular fact in the case, either through direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of a witness based upon personal knowledge. That is, what the witness actually saw, heard, or otherwise directly experienced. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, which tends to prove a disputed fact by proof of other facts. In other words, circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and inferences that tend to prove whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Let me give you a brief example to demonstrate the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. Assume that when you enter the courthouse, it is cloudy outside. While you are in court, you see someone come into the building who is wearing rain boots, the person is soaking wet, and they are closing an umbrella. If you could actually look out the window and see for yourself that there is rain falling from the sky, that would be direct evidence that it is raining outside. In contrast, if you cannot see for yourself whether it is raining outside, you could consider the facts and circumstances of the person you observed entering the court with the rain boots and umbrella to determine whether it is raining outside. That is an example of circumstantial evidence. You should consider both types of evidence, direct and circumstantial evidence. There is no legal distinction between the weight of direct evidence as compared to circumstantial evidence. You are permitted to give equal weight to both, but you must decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. There is, however, a rule relating to circumstantial evidence that you must keep in mind. If the state presents only circumstantial evidence to prove one or more elements of a charged offense, then in order to convict, you must find that the totality of the evidence as to those elements excludes all reasonable conclusions other than guilt. This means that if it is reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, This means that if it is reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the reasonable conclusion consistent with innocence. In determining whether all reasonable conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, you should not consider any item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. Rather, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all the other evidence. You must understand, however, that this circumstantial evidence rule does not apply to direct evidence. If there is a conflict between two or more witnesses who offer direct evidence concerning certain facts, you must decide which witness to believe. For example, suppose there are two eyewitnesses to a crime, and one testifies that the defendant committed the crime, and the other testifies that the defendant did not commit the crime. This presents a situation where there is a conflict in the direct evidence. In this situation, you, the jury, must decide which witness to believe and whether, based upon all of the evidence, the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Similarly, if only one witness provides direct evidence concerning an offense charged, then you must decide whether to believe that particular witness, considering the factors I have already outlined and any other considerations you would ordinarily use in deciding whether to believe a person based on your common sense and good judgment. Now, in reviewing the evidence, you should consider the quality of the evidence and not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or the quantity of the evidence that is important, but the quality of the evidence. That is, how persuasive the evidence is to you. In summary, you should consider all the evidence in the case and decide whether the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In deciding this case, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. Use your common sense and judgment. Consider factors you use in deciding important issues in your everyday lives. For example, you may consider the following: the witness's appearance, attitude, and behavior on the stand and the way the witness testified, the witness's age, intelligence, and experience, the witness's opportunity and ability to see or hear the things about which the witness testified, the accuracy of the witness's memory, any motive of the witness not to tell the truth, any interest that a witness had in the outcome of the case, any bias of the witness or friendship or animosity the witness may have for or against any of the other people in the case, the consistency or inconsistency of the witness's testimony, whether or not what the witness said appears reasonable or unreasonable, whether what the witness said is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of other witnesses or with statements the witness made at another time. In deciding which witnesses to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examination of the witnesses. If you believe that part of a witness's testimony is false, you may choose to distrust other parts also, but you are not required to do so. Inconsistencies and contradictions within a witness's testimony or between witnesses do not necessarily mean that you should disbelieve the witness. It is possible for honest people to witness the same event and see or hear things differently. You should evaluate inconsistencies and contradictions and determine whether they are important or unimportant. You need not believe any witness even though the testimony is uncontradicted. Nor are you required to accept testimony as true simply because some or even all of the witnesses agree with each other. You may find the testimony of one witness or of a few witnesses more persuasive than the testimony of a larger number. The principles I've outlined regarding judging the credibility of witnesses apply to all witnesses, whether they are ordinary civilians, police officers, or otherwise. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. You can accept all of what a witness says, you can reject all of what a witness says, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. It is up to you. Now, I've addressed what you should not consider and what you should consider in reaching a verdict. I'm now going to discuss how convinced one way or the other you must be, and this is referred to as the burden of proof. Under both our state and federal constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proving guilt rests entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The defendant enters this courtroom as an innocent man, and you must consider him to be an innocent man until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If, after all the evidence and arguments, you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed any one or more elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, a reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based on reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all the evidence that the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this: if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more of the elements of the crime charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find the state has proven all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Members of the jury, you must consider all of the instructions I give you, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be. The law, as I explain it to you, is the law you must follow in reaching your verdict in this case. Remember, all of the instructions I have given you throughout the case should be considered as a whole. So do not single out any particular instruction for special emphasis. As I told you at the outset, you will have a complete written copy of these instructions to have with you in the deliberation room. A crime is any breaking of a law for which the law provides punishment. All crimes have at least two parts: one, a criminal state of mind, and two, an act. In deciding whether a person is guilty of a crime, it is absolutely necessary for you to know both what the person's actions were and what his state of mind was. The phrase state of mind refers to what a person mentally believes his physical acts will accomplish. The word act refers to a physical deed. Thus, for a person to be guilty of a crime, he must have done the following two things. First, he must have had the required state of mind, and second, he must have physically acted to do something that is criminal. Unless a person both had the required mental state and acted to do something criminal, that person has not committed a crime. This means that if a person either did not have the required mental state, or if a person did not physically act to do something criminal, then he is not guilty of a crime. Remember that the reason crimes are given different names is that each refers to either a different mental state, or a different act, or a different mental state and a different act. Many persons do not realize that sometimes the only reason two identical acts are given different names is that they refer to different mental states. For example, let us assume that two drivers of automobiles hit someone crossing a street. If one of the drivers intended to hit the pedestrian, whereas the other one did so out of carelessness, they would not be guilty of the same crime because they had different mental states. Thus, you can see how both the act and the mental state can make a difference. I am now going to discuss the definitions of the crimes with which the defendant has been charged. At the beginning of the trial, you heard the clerk read the charges against the defendant. You will receive copies of each of these charges with you in the deliberation room. In Charge ID 223-7508C, the defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree murder. The definition of this offense has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1. The defendant caused the death of another, and 2. The defendant acted knowingly, and 3. The defendant did not act in defense of another. These are the elements of the crime of second-degree murder, knowing. Certain words in the definition need to be defined. A person acts knowingly when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstance under which he acted. The state does not have to prove that the defendant specifically desired or intended a particular result. What the state must prove is that the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstance under which he engaged in the conduct. Whether the defendant acted knowingly is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind that there is often no direct evidence of a person's mental state because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all the facts and circumstances in evidence in deciding whether or not the state has proved that the defendant acted knowingly. Evidence has been presented that the defendant acted in defense of another with respect to this charge. When there is some evidence of defense of another, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in defense of another. If you have a reasonable doubt on any of the charges as to whether the defendant acted in defense of another, you must find the defendant not guilty as to that charge. In deciding whether the defendant acted in defense of another, you should consider all the circumstances surrounding the incident. You should consider how the defendant acted under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, and not necessarily as they appear upon detached reflection. You should consider whether the defendant's belief that it was necessary to use deadly force was reasonable when he acted in the heat of passion. A person has the right to use deadly force on another person to defend a third person if, 1, he actually believed that the other person was committing or was about to commit the crime of kidnapping, and 2, even if the defendant actually believed that the other person was committing or was about to commit the crime of kidnapping, the defendant's belief must be reasonable. In other words, there must be reasonable grounds for the defendant to have believed at the time that the other person was committing or was about to commit the crime of kidnapping. The distinction between deadly and non-deadly force depends on the defendant's mental state. If the defendant had the purpose to cause death or serious bodily injury, or if the defendant knew he was creating a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury, then you should find that the defendant used deadly force. Serious bodily injury means harm to the body which causes severe, permanent, or protracted loss of or impairment to the health or function of any part of the body. If you find that the defendant purposely fired a firearm capable of causing serious bodily injury or death in the direction of another person, then you should find that the defendant used deadly force. Any other assault, confinement, or other action by the defendant is non-deadly force. Thus, if the defendant did not act with the purpose to cause death or serious bodily injury, and the defendant did not know he was creating a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury, then you should find that the defendant used non-deadly force. The defendant must reasonably believe that the amount of force that he used was necessary for defense of another. A person is not permitted to use excessive force in defense of another, only a reasonable amount of force. The defendant can use the amount of force which he believed was necessary under the circumstances as long as, at the time, there were reasonable grounds for his belief. In Charge ID 221-7221C, the defendant is charged with a different variant of the crime of second-degree murder. The definition of this offense has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1. The defendant caused the death of another, and 2. The defendant acted recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life, and 3. The defendant did not act in defense of another. These are the elements of the crime of second-degree murder, reckless. Certain words in the definition need to be defined. The term recklessly refers to the defendant's mental state. To prove second-degree murder reckless, the state must prove that the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. A person acts recklessly when he or she is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his or her conduct would cause a certain result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from that conduct that a law-abiding person would observe in the situation. There are several components of a reckless mental state that the state must prove on this variant. They are: 1. The defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result, and 2. The defendant consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, he elected to disregard the risk and take the chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved. The state must prove that the defendant was aware of the risk and consciously disregarded it. And 3, from what the defendant knew of his circumstances, his disregard of the risk was a gross deviation from what a law-abiding person would have done under the circumstances. The key words here are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. For a killing to be second-degree murder, the defendant must not simply act recklessly, but rather must act recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means something more than being merely aware of and consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. The risk involved and the disregard must be so blatant as to manifest extreme indifference to the value of human life. With regard to element 3, relative to defense of another, you should apply the law I gave you in connection with the second-degree murder knowing definition above. In Charge ID 221-7222C, the defendant is charged with the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon. The definition of the crime of reckless conduct has 5 parts. The state must prove each part of the definitions beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1. The defendant engaged in conduct that either placed or may have placed another person in danger of serious bodily injury. And 2, the defendant acted recklessly. 3, the defendant used a deadly weapon. And 4, the deadly weapon was a firearm. And 5, the defendant did not act in defense of another. Certain of these terms must be defined. Serious bodily injury means any harm to the body which causes severe, permanent, or protracted loss of or impairment to the health or of the function of any part of the body. The term recklessly has the same meaning as that set forth above. Deadly weapon means any firearm, knife, or other substance or thing which, in the manner it is used, intended to be used, or threatened to be used, is known to be capable of producing death or serious bodily injury. A firearm is not necessarily a deadly weapon. whether the specific manner in which the defendant used the firearm and the circumstances surrounding that use rendered the firearm a deadly weapon is a factual issue for you to decide. With regard to element 5, relative to defense of another, you should apply the law I gave you in connection with the second-degree murder knowing definition as above. In Charge ID 221-7223C, the defendant is charged with the crime of endangering the welfare of a child. The definition of this crime has 5 parts. The state must prove each part of the definition beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove 1. The defendant owed a duty of care, protection, or support to a child under 18 years of age, and 2. The defendant purposely violated that duty, and 3. In doing so, the defendant's action endangered the welfare of the child, and 4. The defendant acted knowingly with respect to the endangerment, and 5. The defendant did not act in defense of another. Certain of these terms must be defined or explained. The term purposely means that the state must prove that the defendant had the conscious object to do certain acts or to achieve a certain result with respect to the duty that he owed to the child. The key words here are conscious object. Conscious object means that the defendant had a specific intent. It means that the defendant desired to cause a certain result or to do the prohibited acts. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant knew or was aware of what he was doing, nor is it enough for the state to prove that the defendant created a risk of injury or harm. To prove that the defendant acted purposely requires more than that. It requires proof that the defendant specifically intended or desired to bring about a particular result or to do the particular acts. Whether the defendant acted purposely is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind that there is often no direct evidence of a person's mental state because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all the facts and circumstances in evidence in deciding whether or not the state has proven that the defendant acted purposely. Your determination as to whether the defendant acted purposely is with respect to the action he took relative to his duty of care, protection, or support, and not with respect to the effect of such action. The term welfare means general well-being in any respect. Endangerment means the act or an instance of putting someone or something in danger or exposure to peril or harm. To find endangerment, the state must prove that the defendant engaged in behavior creating an actual and significant risk of injury to the child's welfare. The term knowingly has the same meaning as that set forth above. Your determination as to whether the defendant acted knowingly is with respect to the effect of the actions he took toward the welfare of a child. With regard to element 5, relative to defense of another, you should apply the law I gave you in connection with the second-degree murder knowing definition above. Each of the charges against this defendant constitutes a separate offense. You must consider each charge separately and determine whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on any one of the charges should not influence your verdict with respect to the other charges. In this case, the defendant is charged with 2 separate counts of second-degree murder. One indictment charges the defendant with second-degree murder under a theory of a knowing mental state, and the other indictment charges the defendant with second-degree murder under a theory of a reckless mental state. These indictments are presented on alternative theories of culpability. You will deliberate and reach a verdict on each indictment. You should evaluate all of the evidence and apply that evidence to each indictment. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on one indictment should not influence your verdict on the other indictment. The principles I've outlined regarding judging the credibility of witnesses apply to all witnesses, whether they are ordinary civilians, expert witnesses, medical personnel, police officers, or otherwise. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. You can accept all of what a witness says, you can reject all of what a witness says, or you can accept some of it and reject some of it. It is up to you. Beyond witness testimony, you will also be provided with certain exhibits that were introduced by the parties and allowed by the court into evidence. The court notes that some of the exhibits are considered tangible or physical exhibits, specifically including a firearm that was introduced into evidence. A lock has been affixed to the firearm to ensure your safety. If you would like to examine either the firearm or the ammunition, please notify the bailiff and those exhibits will be brought to you. However, you will not be allowed to examine the firearm and the ammunition at the same time. Further, although you are allowed and encouraged to view and inspect these items, please take no action with respect to these exhibits or any of the other exhibits for that matter, which would in any way impair their ongoing use by the court as items of evidence. Members of the jury, the principles of law that I've given to you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair result in this case, which is important to both of the parties in the courtroom and to the court. You are to exercise your judgment and your common sense, as I said before, without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy, but with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. When you have considered and weighed all of the evidence, you must make findings with respect to the charges that are before you. You must decide if the state has proven each of the elements of each of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more of the elements of each of the offenses charged, you must find the defendant not guilty as to that charge. However, if you find that the state has proven all of the elements of any of the offenses charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty as to those charges. Let me remind you that a reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based on reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based upon reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence that the state has offered against it. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each and every juror agree with the verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. All 12 jurors must agree that the state has proven each element of each of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt as to that charge. You may find the defendant guilty on one, more than one, all, or none of the charges. When you have arrived at your verdict, let the bailiff know and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render that verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask you. The foreperson should see to it that the jury takes up the issues that are before you. He or she should see to it that each juror has a full, fair, and adequate opportunity to present his or her views, positions, and arguments with respect to the law and the evidence. As your first order of business, you shall decide upon your foreperson, write the foreperson's name on a piece of paper, and notify the bailiff of your choice by handing the paper to the bailiff. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is important to both of the parties, the state and the defendant. In your deliberations, you should follow these instructions which the court has given you. You should make a conscientious effort to determine what a fair and just result is in this case, because that is your highest duty as officers of this court. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view towards reaching an agreement. If you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous, but do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or merely for the purposes of returning a verdict. If any question of law should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write that question out, sign it, hand it to the bailiff, and the question will be brought to me, and I will return it to you with an answer. If, however, your question is one of fact, then I will not be able to help you because, as I told you before, you and you alone are the sole judges of the facts, and therefore you must rely upon your collective memory to resolve a factual dispute. A verdict form has been prepared for your convenience, which contains spaces for you to check off whether you find the defendant guilty or not guilty on each of the charges. Once you have finished your deliberations, the foreperson will complete the verdict form, sign it where indicated, and then notify the court officer who will give the form to me. After I review it, I will return it to the foreperson, and you will return to the courtroom where, in response to inquiry by the clerk, the foreperson will announce your verdict here in open court. Thank you for your attention. I will now select 4 alternates. Members of the jury, under state law, we provide for alternates beyond the 12 required to deliberate in the event that something occurs during the course of the trial. And I will give further instructions about the alternates once I pick them, but that is the process we are about to undertake. Counsel, I have prepared the appropriate number of cubes, and I'm going to shake the cube, shake the jar. I'm going to not look at it, and I will select one. Then I will repeat that process. Any objection to that process, Counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Juror number 1. Juror number 4. Juror number 2. And juror number 5. The alternate jurors are still members of the panel, even though they will not be deliberating at this time. Because it may be necessary for the alternates to rejoin the deliberations, I instruct the alternates that while you remain segregated from the deliberating jurors, you are not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. When the jury reaches a verdict, you will be returned to the courtroom to hear the verdict. I want to thank the alternates for your service, and in a moment when we recess, I would like to see the alternates briefly at the bench. The jury may now retire to the jury deliberation room. It will take a few minutes, but I will see to it that the evidence and a copy of these instructions are brought to you. Anything further, counsel?
Could we approach Your Honor briefly?
The jury may retire to the deliberation room, and I will see the alternates at the bench, please. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we are officially verdict watch. And yes, I'm pretty sure they're having lunch right now because it's 20 after 12. So I would think that they're having lunch. I think they deliberate. I think we've had this conversation before where they deliberate even if they're having lunch. So, so now we wait. So I'll just play some past testimony. Let me think about what testimony to play. I could just play, well, his dad again. I could just play day one. suppose I could let me just go and play day one until we get a verdict, and then we'll keep it simple. And if you guys want to come over, we're watching Iowa versus Matthew Paul. If you want to come over and join us over there, that's where we are. Now let me see here. Yeah, I'll just go back. We'll just play.
Are you ready? You ready? Are you still on the record? Okay, counsel, please be seated. Okay, and just to confirm, Attorney Kinney did make a request relative to the indictments. The monitor has prepared the indictments and has redacted all extraneous information. We certainly will have those available to counsel to inspect relative to the actual indictments themselves, and please take your time in doing so. Anything further at this point? We will be providing lunch for the jurors under the circumstances. Depending upon the scheduling, counsel can discuss with the clerk relative to scheduling and timing of lunch. Okay, anything further? Okay, if there's any issues relative to the indictments, it's done in the same fashion that we typically do for all cases. If there are any questions, we'll reconvene. Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess.
All right, so we officially are in verdict watch, and I'm going to go ahead and play past testimony while we're just hanging out. So just bear with me for a moment. If you guys want to come and join us, we're over at the, we're watching Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul. If you're interested, you can come and watch us, join us over there. Oops. All right, so this is going to be previous testimony. Okay.
This is a diagram of the defendant's apartment at 1063 Main Street. If you look at the living room, see that there is a couch, a coffee table in front of it, and then a desk on the other side of the room. Those black bars that you see represent doorways in the apartment. You see the back door, it's down a hallway on the left side. Caitlyn was sitting on the couch in front of the coffee table with Ellen on her lap. According to the defendant, after he tried and failed to take Ellen from Caitlyn as she sat on the couch, he crossed the room and went to his desk. From his desk, he grabbed this, his Beretta 9mm semi-automatic pistol. That gun had a loaded magazine in it, but no bullet in the chamber. According to the defendant, after he grabbed the gun, he racked it, the slide back, putting a bullet in the chamber. The gun was now ready to fire. The defendant walked back across the room from his desk, around the coffee table, and stood in front of Caitlyn to her left. He grabbed Ellen and gripped her from her mother's arms with his left arm, just holding a pistol in his right. After grabbing Ellen, holding her in his left arm, he stepped back and pointed his gun at Caitlyn's head. At this point, Caitlyn was sitting on the couch alone. She was unarmed. The defendant stood between Caitlyn and the exit. Ellen went in one arm, gun in the other. At that time, Caitlyn did not have a car. She did not have a bus ticket. Family was hours away. As Caitlyn sat on that couch, holding Ellen in his arm, stepping back, the defendant pulled the trigger. He did not miss. He fired one bullet. That bullet entered Caitlyn's skull on the left side of her head, traveled through her brain, and exited to the right side. The gunshot was loud. According to the defendant, Ellen immediately started grabbing her ear and complaining, "Noise." The defendant went to the garage, put her in the car. This is what the defendant told the detectives later about what he was thinking at that moment after shooting Caitlyn in the head. He told them that he knew, in his words, that he was screwed. He understood what had happened, and he understood the consequences. He went back in the house. He got Valen, who was still in her car seat. He grabbed clothes for himself and for the girls. He grabbed food and water. He grabbed pillows and blankets. He put all of these things into his car. He grabbed his desktop computer. You see it there in the defendant's front. After packing up those supplies with both girls in the car, the defendant started to drive. The defendant left his apartment in Berlin sometime between 5:38 p.m. and 6 p.m. on February 29th. He drove to Concord, arriving a little bit before 9 p.m. In Concord, the defendant sent a video of the girls, his mother, and then he called his parents. At 10:08 p.m. in Concord, he called them and told them what he had done. He said, "I killed Caitlyn." He said, "You should probably call the police." He also said, "I'm going to go dark. I'm turning off my phone." He said he would turn himself in, but he wanted some time with the girls before he did it. At about 10:22 p.m., the defendant did turn off his phone. According to him, he drove west into New York State. At some point, he stopped. He and the girls slept in the car in the back seat. According to the defendant, when he woke up the next morning, he decided he turned himself in. So he started driving back to New Hampshire. As the defendant drove through Keene, morning of March 1st, decided to have breakfast somewhere with his girls. While driving, he was seen and he was placed under arrest. The murder weapon, a 9mm Beretta semi-automatic pistol, became angry. She refused to leave his apartment. She is dead because she would not stop holding her 4-year-old daughter. And that made the defendant mad. So he grabbed his gun, took Caitlyn's daughter away from her, and shot her in the head. After you've heard all the evidence in this case, it will be up to you, the jury, to deliberate and deliver a verdict. When that time comes, when you have had all of the evidence placed in front of you, you will know, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty. You will know that the defendant murdered Caitlyn Naffziger. Just like the defendant knew from the moment that he fired his gun, you will know that he's guilty. Certainly.
This case is about broken promises, secret plans, and a father's unyielding love. It's about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter. A horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. Dustin Duren is not guilty. Dustin, a Marine veteran, responded to a threat when he shot Caitlyn one time. He saw his daughter being held hostage in front of him. He believed his daughter was in danger of being hurt, in danger of being a pawn in a custody dispute, in danger of being taken away from him, in danger of being kidnapped. The law allows for deadly force to be used against another in certain circumstances. The law says Dustin's actions were justified. He's not guilty of murder. He is not guilty of reckless conduct. He is not guilty of endangering the welfare of a child. You will hear that Caitlyn agreed with a plan to let Dustin take their daughter, Ellen, Berlin, New Hampshire, from Minnesota, and that she would follow later with their younger daughter, Valen. You will hear that she later changed her mind, but did not tell Dustin. Instead, she flew to Boston with their 1-year-old Valen, and then planned with her aunt to take Ellen and Valen from their father in the middle of the night while he was sleeping. To carry out the secret plan, Caitlyn and Valen went to Berlin, stayed the night at Dustin's, and then ignored Dustin's requests for her to leave. Dustin decided he would need to bring Caitlyn back to the seacoast where her aunt lived. And when he tried to get the kids ready to leave, Caitlyn told Dustin no, she was not leaving. She demanded Dustin pay her more money. She threatened Dustin she was going to call the police and lie to them, accusing him of kidnapping Ellen. She told Dustin she was taking the kids back to Minnesota and he would never see them again. While making these threats, Caitlyn remained seated on the couch, holding on to Ellen. She would not let go of Ellen when Dustin tried to free her. She gripped Ellen. She tugged Ellen. She bear hugged Ellen. Ellen was being held hostage right in front of Dustin. Dustin did not want to hurt Ellen. She was crying. He was worried she was being hurt. On the third attempt to free Ellen from Caitlyn's grip, Ellen let out a shriek. This was a startling and terrifying reaction that caused something in Dustin to tick. In his fear for Ellen and his need to protect her, he walked a couple feet over to his desk, got his gun, chambered around, pulled Ellen to safety, and fired one round into Caitlyn's head. Dustin Duren defended his daughter. He is not guilty. You will hear that evidence through the state's case and through the defense's case. But now I want to talk to you about Dustin. Dustin is a father and he is a Marine. These two things shape his identity and his decision making. Dustin enlisted with the Marines when he was 18 years old. He received extensive training in firearms. He was drilled with firearms, expected to be able to assemble, load, aim, and shoot a firearm quickly, automatically, without conscious thought. Use of a firearm became automatic and instinctual to him, something that he could do quickly, accurately, and without forethought. He was trained to use a firearm to respond to threats. You will hear that Dustin was the most proficient shooter in boot camp and the squadron high shooter during annual marksmanship training. He became a certified marksmanship coach and taught hundreds of Marines how to perfect their shooting. You will also hear that Dustin had been diagnosed with service-connected PTSD and has suffered bouts of depression in the past. Before meeting Caitlyn in 2019, Dustin felt like his life was meaningless. He had no real purpose, no real reason to live. But shortly after beginning a relationship with Caitlyn, she became pregnant with their first child. Dustin's mental health began to improve. He was beginning to believe he had a purpose, having a family. He and Caitlyn lived together at his parents' home. Soon after Ellen was born, they moved to Las Vegas and lived there together. Dustin was Ellen's primary caretaker. He and Ellen were bonded. At her very first Christmas, Caitlyn flew home to Minnesota, leaving Dustin and their 1-year-old Ellen behind. You will hear that Dustin's memory of that Christmas burns bright to this day. Dustin was feeling awful about the meager Christmas he could only provide for his daughter, but her pure joy that day shifted his whole mindset. He saw her big smile and her joy, and it was a pivotal moment in his life. He thought, this is my purpose. This is my life. Ellen. From that moment, it was like a whole world had changed. Dustin's view on everything had changed. His entire life turned to Ellen. The two were bonded. Eventually, Caitlyn became pregnant with their second child, Valen. She was born in Las Vegas in January of 2023. By July of 2023, Dustin and Caitlyn separated, and all four returned to Minnesota. Dustin moved back in with his parents. Caitlyn moved in with a friend. For several months, they tried co-parenting. After a few months of this arrangement, Dustin and Caitlyn came to a compromise in which they would both move to New Hampshire, but live separately. They decided that Dustin would travel by car to New Hampshire first, taking Ellen with him, and then Caitlyn would fly out later with 1-year-old Valen and leave her with Dustin. Caitlyn would then return to Minnesota for a few months to work and save some money, and then move to New Hampshire permanently in the early summer when she would have seasonal employment with her Aunt Brenda in Hampton. Dustin prepared for the trip to New Hampshire. He found an apartment in Berlin and showed Caitlyn photos of the apartment. Caitlyn gave Dustin a bunch of Ellen and Valen's stuff to take with him. The day Dustin left, he picked Ellen up from where Caitlyn lived, at her friend's house, and Caitlyn willingly handed over Ellen. Caitlyn did not call the police. She did not report a kidnapping. She agreed to this plan. On their trip east, Dustin called and texted Caitlyn several times with updates. He sent pictures of Element. After Dustin got to New Hampshire, he and Caitlyn had several arguments over the phone about money. Caitlyn wanted to claim both girls on their taxes and wanted Dustin to send her money. Caitlyn threatened to call the police and falsely claim that Dustin had kidnapped Element and had taken her to New Hampshire without Caitlyn's permission. Dustin was worried that Caitlyn wouldn't bring Valen and that the girls would be separated. You will hear that when Caitlyn made this threat a few weeks before this incident, Dustin was alarmed. He called Caitlyn's mother. He called Caitlyn's father. He called the Berlin Police Department. He offered to let Caitlyn claim both girls on their taxes, paid for her plane ticket to New Hampshire, and sent her some money. 2 weeks later, Caitlyn and Valen did fly to Boston, as planned, on the 27th of February. Dustin knew when they would arrive in Boston, but no other details, because Caitlyn did not share those. He did not know how Caitlyn and Valen were getting to Berlin or when. He did not know if Caitlyn planned on staying in Berlin or where she would stay. He assumed she wanted to stay a couple days in Berlin to visit with Elwyn and offered for her to stay with him and the girls, but Caitlyn declined this invitation. Caitlyn had other plans. Secret plans she did not share with Dustin. You will hear about the plan that Caitlyn created with her Aunt Brenda. Brenda will tell you that she lives in Hampton. She spoke to Caitlyn about her visit to New Hampshire. She will tell you that Caitlyn and Valen flew into Boston and shuttled to Seabrook, where Brenda and her friend picked them up. Brenda will tell you that Caitlyn and Valen spent the night in Hampton, and while there, Brenda and Caitlyn came up with a plan to take the kids from Dustin.
Yes. Approach.
Yep. While Caitlyn was visiting with her Aunt Brenda the night before she met Dustin, Brenda and Caitlyn came up with a plan to take the kids from Dustin. Brenda will tell you that she agreed to bring Caitlyn and Valen to meet up with Dustin and Elwyn, drop them off, and wait a day or two for Caitlyn to call her for a ride back with both of the girls. Caitlyn would sneak the two kids out while Dustin was sleeping, and Brenda would pick them up and take Caitlyn and her kids to the airport to fly back to Minnesota. Caitlyn already had a return ticket to Minnesota, and Brenda was going to buy a ticket for Elwyn. And Valen was young enough that she could sit on her mom's lap. You will hear that when Caitlyn texted Dustin that Brenda was driving her up, Dustin suggested they meet up at a spot halfway between Hampton and Berlin. And he found a restaurant in Ossipee. Dustin believed that Caitlyn and Brenda would have a meal with him and the girls, and then Caitlyn and Brenda would return to Hampton, while Dustin and the girls would head north to Berlin. The next day, Dustin and Elwyn drove to Ossipee and got to the restaurant first, where they waited inside the restaurant, waiting for Caitlyn and Valen. When Caitlyn arrived, she called Dustin, asking him to come outside and help with Valen's things. Dustin and Elwyn went outside to meet Caitlyn and Valen. Brenda was already gone. They put Valen's stuff in the car, and the four of them, Elwyn, Valen, Dustin, and Caitlyn, went into the restaurant to eat. Dustin and Caitlyn did not have any real conversation. Dustin visited with Valen, Caitlyn with Ellen. Caitlyn started asking Ellen if she could come see Ellen's new house. Dustin was confused, since Caitlyn had said she did not want to stay with them. Caitlyn did not speak directly with Dustin, instead saying things to Ellen for Dustin to overhear. Dustin agreed that Caitlyn could spend a night. And so after dinner, all four of them got into Dustin's car, drove back to Berlin. Caitlyn sat in the back seat with the girls. That night, Dustin slept in his bed with Valen, and Caitlyn and Ellen slept on an air mattress between the bedroom and the living room. The next day, they all went to the Berlin Library for children's story time and arts and crafts. They came home and had lunch. Caitlyn spent the afternoon playing with the girls and not speaking to Dustin. Dustin tried to ask Caitlyn what her plan was when she was leaving, but Caitlyn would not answer him. Dustin continued to ask, and Caitlyn continued to ignore her all afternoon. Caitlyn played with Ellen and Valen in Ellen's bedroom, and every so often, Dustin would go to the doorway of the room and ask Caitlyn when and how she was leaving. Caitlyn did not respond. At one point, she picked up her phone and started using it. Dustin didn't know if Caitlyn was messaging someone. Her silence was telling. Dustin was suspicious. Caitlyn's behavior concerned him. Something was off. Eventually, once it started to get dark, Dustin told Caitlyn that since she wasn't responding, he was going to drive her all the way back to Hampton. And he told Caitlyn it was time to leave. Dustin was stressed because it was a long drive, and by the time he dropped Caitlyn off in Hampton and then drove all the way back to Berlin with the girls would have been up all night. Caitlyn sat down on the couch. Dustin put Valen in a car seat and sat on the hallway floor. He went back into the living room and saw Caitlyn go over and pick up Ellen, return to the couch, and sat Ellen on her lap. Ellen straddled Caitlyn's knee. Dustin told Caitlyn, "Come on, we're leaving," and tried to take Ellen to get her ready to go. Caitlyn tugged Ellen tightly and pulled her back, wrapping her arms around Dustin's daughter in a bear hug. Dustin let go and asked Caitlyn to let go of Ellen, and Caitlyn said no. Dustin kept asking Caitlyn to let go of Ellen and get ready to leave. Caitlyn started demanding Dustin pay child support, give her $2,000 per month. Caitlyn told Dustin she was going to take Ellen and Valen back to Minnesota and Dustin would never see them again. Caitlyn again threatened Dustin that she would call the cops and tell them Dustin had taken Ellen without permission. Caitlyn was still holding on to Ellen, her arms wrapped tightly around Ellen, restraining her. Caitlyn told Dustin again that he would never see his kids. Dustin felt like Caitlyn was holding Ellen hostage. He was seeing his daughter held hostage in front of his eyes. He kept begging Caitlyn to let go of Ellen and to just get ready to leave. Caitlyn refused and kept saying she was taking the kids and he would never see them again. At this point, Valen was crying. Ellen was upset and crying. The situation was overwhelming. Dustin tried again to free Ellen, but Caitlyn yanked her away again. Dustin didn't want to force anything, so he just let Ellen go. He tried again to persuade Caitlyn to let go of Ellen, and she refused. She continued to threaten Dustin. Dustin didn't know who Caitlyn had been messaging on her phone, whether there was someone outside waiting. He was suspicious. He was concerned. He was fearful. Dustin could see his gun on the desk in the living room in close proximity to Caitlyn. Dustin knew that Caitlyn knew how to use the gun. He himself taught her how to handle and shoot a gun. He couldn't take his eyes off Caitlyn and Ellen while Caitlyn was holding Ellen hostage right next to a firearm. Dustin tried one more time to take Ellen. Tried to hold one of Caitlyn's wrists while wrapping his arm behind Ellen so that he could free Ellen from Caitlyn's bear hug. Caitlyn did not let go and instead got more aggressive. She braced her foot against the living room table and pulled back hard. Ellen screamed, a piercing cry like she was in pain. Immediately, everything felt extremely dire to Dustin, like Ellen was in immediate danger. Hearing Ellen scream was like a tick. The only thing he was thinking was that he had to save Ellen. In an autonomous motion, like he had been trained by the military, he grabbed his gun. He had no thoughts in his head other than he needed to save Ellen. He acted instinctually, automatically, and reflexively. In less than 3 seconds, he grabbed the gun, pulled Ellen out of the way, and eliminated the threat, shooting Caitlyn in the head. Ellen was safe in Dustin's arms. He is a Marine. He acts like a Marine. He did what a Marine is trained to do. Dustin saved Ellen. Dustin took the girls and left the apartment in his Subaru. He needed to make sure the girls were okay and to get out of that apartment. He didn't want Ellen to see anything. After driving south for about 2 hours, he stopped for gas in Concord. He called his mom and told her he shot Caitlyn. He asked for his dad to call the police. He also sent them a video of the girls in the car at that moment to show them the girls were safe. He said he was going to spend a few more hours with the girls before he turned himself in. And that's what he did. He spent a few more hours driving with, talking with the girls, making sure they were okay, making sure they knew he loved them before turning around and driving back to New Hampshire. He planned to get breakfast with the girls before he turned himself in, but the police located him before he was able to do so. And you will see Dustin's arrest on video. You will see how he complied with the police commands, how he warned the police there were kids in the car, how he warned them there was a gun in the driver's side door. And he then gave a lengthy interview to the police. The state will probably show you Dustin's interview and what he told them after his arrest. This is a case about broken promises, secret plans, and a father's unyielding love. It's about a Marine reacting to a threat toward his beloved daughter, a horrific tragedy, but not a criminal offense. Dustin is not guilty. At the end of the evidence, the judge will instruct you on the law, and he may explain to you that what the law allows when defending others. He may instruct you that a person is justified in using deadly force against another when he reasonably believes that such person is committing or about to commit a kidnapping, is likely to use any unlawful force against the person present while committing or attempting to commit a burglary, or is likely to use any unlawful force in the commission of a felony against the actor within his own dwelling or home. When he shot Caitlyn, Dustin reasonably believed that Caitlyn was about to kidnap Ellen and that Caitlyn was using unlawful force to commit a crime. She was holding Ellen hostage in front of him, threatening that she would take his kids to Minnesota and he would never see them again. Caitlyn would rather hurt Ellen than let her go. And when Caitlyn hurt Ellen, Dustin acted to save her. Dustin's entire life purpose was to be a good father for Ellen and Balin, and he did what he believed was necessary to protect Ellen. The judge may instruct you. You cannot convict Dustin unless the state proves to you not only that Dustin killed Caitlyn, but that he did so without justification. You must find Dustin not guilty unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Dustin did not act to defend his daughter and prevent kidnapping. The state will not meet its burden. Dustin was justified under the law. He acted to protect his daughter. After hearing all the evidence, we are confident you will find him not guilty.
Okay, thank you. Right, members of the jury, as I said, we typically take a mid-morning break and a lunch break and a mid-afternoon break before we start with the first witness. I think it's appropriate right now to take a mid-morning break. I'm going to instruct you on several matters right now before we take our first break. First of all, as you heard me say before, thank you. Please be seated.
Sir, can you raise your hand? You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth on the things and final days of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Sir, can you please introduce yourself and spell your last name? Sure.
Absolutely. My name is Eric Benjamin, EricBenjamin.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Berlin Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 10 years now.
What is your current rank with the Berlin PD?
I'm a detective sergeant.
In addition to your regular duties as a detective sergeant, are you also a member of something called the Emergency Response Team?
I am.
Can you please tell the jury, what is the Emergency Response Team?
The Emergency Response Team is a group of officers who respond to high-risk situations which require additional training, equipment, and tactics to handle the situation appropriately.
And Detective Sergeant, would it be fair to say the emergency response team that you're part of handles incidents like the one you described in the Berlin area and surrounding areas up kind of in the northern part of the state?
Yes.
Do you have a role within the emergency response team?
I do.
What is that?
I am the team leader.
Detective Sergeant, on February 29th, 2024, were you on duty as a police officer that day?
I was not.
Nevertheless, did you receive some information related to an activation of the emergency response team that day?
I did.
What time?
I received the first call around 11 p.m.
Is that standard that even if you're not on shift as a police officer that you can be called for emergency response team issues?
Yes.
Who was that phone call from?
That was from Sergeant Dennis Gale.
And what information did you receive?
The initial information I received was that there was a situation at a residence in Berlin in which the information known at that time was there was a male that had contacted his father stating that he had just killed his girlfriend.
Did that information include anything about children?
It did. There were 2 children that were allegedly with the male at the time, and their whereabouts were unknown.
As a result of receiving that information, what did you do?
Our team was activated as part of my role as the team leader. I spoke directly with our commander of the team, and we activated to the Berlin Police Department, where we set up an an immediate action team.
When you got to the Berlin PD and set up an action team, what did you do?
We responded to a separate location near the residence where we met other personnel from the team.
When you did that, were you dressed in your normal police uniform?
I was not.
What were you wearing?
Due to the nature of the call and as well as the emergency response team's roles, we were wearing body armor, helmets, rifles, the appropriate response for that type of call.
Is that standard for emergency response team operation?
It is.
Did you, so you mentioned that you went to a location near the apartment that was involved, is that right?
Correct.
How did you get there?
We assembled in the Bearcat.
Just generally, can you tell Jerry, what is a Bearcat?
You know, the Bearcat is a piece of armored vehicle that we respond with our team in.
So what particular location were you focused on? What it's called?
The residence we were focused on was 1063 Main Street in Berlin.
And did you get the name of the male involved who you mentioned that had called his father?
I did.
What was the name you got?
Dustin Duren.
How many members did you gather for your team?
Initially, there were 4 of us and a medic.
So you mentioned you went to the an area nearby 1063 Main Street in Berlin?
Yes.
Could you describe that area of Berlin where 1063 Main Street is?
It's right along Main Street. It's a residential area, multiple houses, a couple businesses near there, as well as a community park.
This time I move to introduce States Exhibits 1, 2, 3A, 3B, 3C by agreement. Yeah, you can straight ahead.
Okay.
The ID may be stricter than each shall be considered full exhibits.
Thank you, Sergeant. Can we see the screen over there?
Yes.
You need to get up and move this.
Okay.
So we're talking about 1063 Main Street. What do you see here?
No, I'm not just
So this is States Exhibit 1. Please tell us what you see there.
That's an overview of the city.
And that's the city of Berlin, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
See down in the lower right corner, you see a marking for 1063?
I do.
And is that an accurate representation of where 1063 Main Street is?
Yes.
And then you see some other markings there for the City Hall and the library. Are those accurate as well?
Yes.
Are those generally in the downtown area in the center of the photo?
Yes.
And if you want to approach the screen, I believe you can do that. And then up in the left, you see a red circle with a white cane. Can you point that out for the jury?
Yes, right here.
Yeah. What is at that location?
That's a Circle K gas station.
And is there a bus stop at the Circle K gas station?
Yes, there is.
And what sort of buses service that bus station?
That's the Convict Railways.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll keep you up here so you turn up and down. We're showing you States Exhibit 2. What is this?
That's a closer view near 1063 Main Street.
So that's Main Street in Berlin, and then that's 1063 where the red box is coming out?
Correct.
How many lanes of travel on Main Street?
2. Yeah.
And is that, you just right the park on the other side, is that what you can see at the bottom of this photo?
Yes, the Heritage Park.
That last photo? What do you see there?
That's 1063 Main Street where we responded.
Right. So I'll do all of this while we have you up here. Is 1063 Main Street a multifamily home?
It is.
That's multiple apartments within that one structure.
Yes.
Is there a garage?
Yes.
All right. Can you see any of it in this photo?
Yes, you got right up here.
And is there a driveway?
Yes.
What side of the house is the driveway on?
The left side.
So, what that here? You point out which side of the house the driveway is on?
Yes, right here, the left side.
Now back on Exhibit 3, is that the garage you can see down at the other end of that driveway on the left side?
Yes.
This is States Exhibit 3B. Is this showing the driveway in that garage?
Yes, it is.
So how many bays in that garage?
3.
It's a separate structure from the house, right?
Correct.
Does the garage have an attic?
It does.
Where's the door to the garage?
All the way to the right side, you can see it open. This photo.
Last one, States Exhibit 3C. What are we looking at here?
That's the rear of 1063 Main Street. Main entrance point.
So that white door in the middle there, is that the main entrance point from the parking lot?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Detective, you can go and stand it. Detective, you mentioned that you received a phone call, went to Berlin PD, and then staged at a location near 1063 Main Street. Did you eventually go to 1063 Main Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you go there in that Bearcat that you described?
We did.
When you got there, where did you park?
We parked right in that rear parking space right in front of the 3-bay garage.
What did you do at that point after you arrived?
So my role as a team leader is to convey basically what's going on the ground to the commander who makes the decisions as far as what we do next. At that point, We weren't sure whether or not Mr. Duren's vehicle was still in one of those 3-bay garages. If they may be inside there, inside a residence, we didn't really know. At that point, upon arrival, we decided to clear the 3-bay garages. There was a dormer up above that also posed a risk to our officers outside on the perimeter as well. So we made the decision to clear that garage first.
Before we talk about the garage, was there snow on the ground at that point?
There was.
And could you see any tracks in the snow when you were at it?
There were tracks going to the one garage bay, in particular, more than others.
Detective Sergeant, when you say you cleared the garage, what do you mean?
We entered into the garage to make sure that there was nobody inside.
And we were also looking for the vehicle.
Yes.
Remember what kind of vehicle you were looking for?
I believe it was a small sedan.
Did you clear the garage?
We did.
Did you find anyone or anything in there?
No.
Was the defendant's vehicle, was the vehicle you were looking for in there?
No, it was not.
What did you do next after clearing the garage?
Based on the circumstances, we decided to make entry into the residence.
How did you go into the residence?
We went in through that white door you see on the rear of the building.
Was that door locked?
That was not locked.
When you got in through that door, what did you encounter?
There was a set of stairs that we later found to reach the other apartments in that building, as well as a door, which we later found reached the basement, which is a common area. And then there was another door straight ahead as we entered into this door here. And that was the main entrance pointing to Mr. Duren's apartment.
Is that door into the apartment locked?
Yes, it was.
How were you able to open it?
We utilized a ram to get through that door.
So if you could paint a picture, how many officers were with you at this time when you're entering into this apartment?
We had 4 of us on the immediate action team.
Where were you relative to those other 3?
So as the team leader, usually in the back, we call the stacks, the back of the group. So that's where I was. I was number 4 in that group.
After that door was breached, did the group go into that ground floor apartment?
Yes.
What did you see when you got in?
The apartment was completely black. So it took us a moment to get through the initial entryway until we later just briefly found the light switches that we turned on while we were in there.
So the door was locked and the lights were off and you went in. What did you and your teammates do?
We began clearing. There were initial rooms to the left and right, which we cleared to make sure there was nobody inside. And then we continued going straight into what we'd later find to be like kitchen area.
And can you tell us what you saw when you got to the kitchen area?
So the kitchen area opened up into 2 rooms, one to the left, one to the right. And at that point, we had multiple officers begin to go left and right from that kitchen area.
What happened next?
Deputy Green was the first person in front of me to the right. I was holding the room to the left with Sergeant Gale. We were able to start to make entry into the right room off the kitchen. And at that point, Deputy Green announced that there was a female victim on the couch with an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
What room was Deputy Green in?
That would be the living room.
Well, after hearing that from him, that he found a female with a gunshot wound to the head, what did you do?
We continued clearing the rest of the apartment to make sure that Mr. Duren and the children were not in there.
Did you find anyone else in the apartment?
No.
Did you go to the living room?
I did.
Can you tell us what you saw?
Again, we did an initial search of the apartment. I went to the female. I checked her to make sure she was in fact deceased. And while I was there, I noted several things. Her body was very cold. The appearance of her skin indicated to me, based on training and experience, that she had been there a while. I also noted a single shell casing to the right of the couch in the living room.
You mentioned an apparent gunshot wound. Where did you see that apparent gunshot?
The gunshot was to the side of her head.
Where was that female sitting, or positioned, I should say?
As I was facing the couch from the front, she was all the way to the right side.
So was she sitting or lying down?
She was kind of slumped over.
Where were her feet?
They were positioned in front of her.
Were any of her feet on top of it?
I don't believe so.
After observing, you mentioned observing a shell casing. Where did you see that?
I was directly to the right of the couch, right on the floor.
After seeing that female there and that shell casing, what did you do?
So based on the type of scene that we knew we had at that point, it was our job to maintain custody of the scene, to maintain the integrity of the investigation that we knew was forthcoming. So I made sure that there was an officer that stayed with the female victim while the rest of our team had to continue on to make sure that the other residents, if any, in the apartment were safe and secure, and that there wasn't a possibility Mr. Duren was anywhere else within that building.
What was the purpose of stationing an officer in that living room?
These type of investigations and require us to maintain the integrity, and that means that nobody touches the body, nobody moves anything from the scene, and everyone's responsible for their own actions. So we post an officer with the body to make sure that all those are accounted for, all those things happen.
Other than checking for a pulse, did you or any other officers with you touch that body?
No.
Did you or any of those officers touch that shell case?
No.
Did you and the other officers then proceed to the rest of the building to clear it?
We did.
And what did you find as you did that?
There were multiple apartments within that structure that were empty. And we did note one resident on the top floor that we evacuated from the building.
Anyone in the second floor apartment?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you check the basement for people as well?
Yes.
Did you find anyone in the basement?
No.
Once that whole building was searched, what happened next?
I made sure I was the last one out, and I taped over the entry exit of that building, notified dispatch that I was the last one out, and I made sure I posted officers at locations around the residence that would maintain the custody of that building to make sure that nobody went in or out. And we would start a scene log at that point to make sure that anyone that did arrive on scene was logging in.
Was there police tape put around the building as well?
There was.
Okay, Sergeant, you mentioned that the door into the apartment was locked. Can you tell us, is that locked with the knob or with the deadbolt?
I'm sorry, the first entry door or the door to the apartment?
Door to the apartment.
Yes, that had a deadbolt on it.
The deadbolt was locked?
Yes.
What further questions?
Morning, Sergeant. One question. The Berlin Police Department's phone number 603-752-3131.
Yes.
And if you were to Google that, that number would pop up.
I think so.
No more questions. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, can Detective Sergeant Benjamin step down?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May you step down? Okay, thank you.
Around this time, the state would call Mark Duren. Duren, if you could remain standing and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth of your pains and penalties of perjury today?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Mark Philip Duren,
Mr. Duren, where do you currently live?
in Pine City, Minnesota.
And for how long have you resided there?
About 4 years now.
How long have you lived in Minnesota?
Well, off and on most of my life.
What do you do for a living?
I'm retired.
And what did you do prior to retiring?
I was a deputy sheriff with Anoka County in Minnesota.
Unoka County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
To whom are you married?
Deborah Duren.
And how many children do you have together?
We have 2 together.
Okay. And you have one additional child?
I do.
Do you know the defendant seated to my right, my right at trial table?
Certainly do.
Who is that?
It's my son, Dustin Duren.
In terms of your children, is Dustin your oldest child, your middle child?
Middle child.
In February of 2024, where was Mr. Duren, the defendant, living?
In Berlin, New Hampshire.
Is it fair to say that, or I'm sorry, do you know how long he'd been living in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Approximately a month.
He'd moved there, in fact, in January of 2024.
Yes.
And prior to his moving to New Hampshire to live in Berlin, New Hampshire, did he reside with you in Minnesota?
He did.
Had you, through the course of having Mr. Duren live with you and being your son, met his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, Caitlyn Naffziger?
Yes.
And this may sound like a silly question, but you have in fact met his children, is that correct?
Very much, yes.
Can you please identify the 2 children that Mr. Duren had with Ms. Naffziger?
Elwyn and Valen.
In February of 2024, how old was Elwyn?
4.
And how old was Valen?
1.
Is it true that at this time you are currently sharing custody of Elwyn and Valen with Ms. Naffziger's family?
Yes.
Mr. Duren, I'm going to show you what is marked for evidence for identification as State's Exhibit 4 with respect to this case. That's going to take a look at this. Do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes.
What is it?
Caitlyn and Elwyn.
Is this fairly and accurately show both of them in this image?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requests the State's 4 be admitted into evidence. Objection.
The ID may be stricken and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Now, Mr. Duren, in February of 2024, specifically on February 29th of 2024, did you make a call to the Berlin Police Department?
I did.
Can you explain to us why?
Dustin had called my wife, and she had informed me.
Based on a conversation you had with your wife, you called the Berlin Police Department?
Yes.
What did you tell the Berlin Police Department?
That I'd received information that Caitlyn had been shot.
Did you tell the Berlin Police Department why Caitlyn had been shot?
Yes.
Objection to the approach, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to allow Mr. Duren's answer to the state's question. I'm instructing you not to consider it for purposes of the truth of the matter with respect to what is contained in the statement, but instead you can consider it only for the specific reason of what was said to the Berlin Police Department at that time, and you shall consider it for no other purpose. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Duren, you indicated that you called the Berlin Police Department because you had received information that your son had shot and killed Miss Naffziger. What did you tell the Berlin Police Department when you called them?
What did I tell them?
What did you tell them?
Exactly that I had received information from my wife that Dustin had shot Caitlyn.
Did that information include why?
No,
You're indicating today that the defendant called your wife's phone, that's Deborah's cell phone?
correct.
What is Deborah's cell phone number?
763-607. I'm sorry. I can look on my phone if you want. I just called Deb on my phone.
Understandable, most of us do. Are you familiar with the cell phone number 763-350-0954?
That's correct.
Okay, what is that correct to be?
That is my wife's phone number.
Okay, so 763-350-0954 is your wife's cellular phone number.
Correct.
What time of day did that call come to your wife?
I don't recall.
Foundation.
State.
Were you present at home at the time the call came in?
I was.
Okay, and at what time did the call occur?
I don't recall.
Was it in the daytime or the nighttime?
It was in the evening.
When your wife received a call from your son, where were you?
I was in the living room watching TV.
What were you watching?
I don't recall.
Where was your wife?
She was in the bedroom.
How long was your wife on the phone?
I would estimate 5 to 10 minutes. I wasn't present, so I don't know exactly.
At any point during this conversation where your son called and provided this information, did your wife leave the bedroom and come to the living room?
After the phone call, she came out and informed me.
Following that phone call, did you and your wife receive a video?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't report to the Berlin Police Department or to state police that you received a video from your son?
I believe that was after.
So after that phone call ended, did you receive a video?
Yes.
Okay. What was that video?
Dustin and the girls in the car.
Where were they? Besides in the car, could you tell where they were?
I could not.
Did it look like you said they were in a vehicle? Did they look like they were inside of a garage, in a parking lot? What was the background?
I don't recall. I just recall the inside of the car and the occupants.
Following your 911 call or your emergency call to the Berlin Police Department, did you continue communicating with police?
I did.
You made, in fact, several phone calls to the police department, correct?
Correct.
At least 2 that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And other officers called you?
Yes,
And you shared information with them?
I did.
Did you also share photographs of the defendant with the police?
I did.
Did you provide them with photographs of the 2 children?
Yes.
Mr. Duren, as a sheriff's deputy, were you assigned a service weapon?
Was.
Okay.
Several.
Several service weapons? When you retired from the sheriff's department, what did you do with those several service weapons?
I gifted one to my son Dustin and another to my son Nicholas.
What kind of gun did you give to Dustin?
It was a Beretta.
Beretta 9mm?
Yes.
County States Exhibit 20A, which is marked for identification purposes. You recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a Beretta handgun.
Do you know if that is your service weapon that was a Beretta handgun?
I would not know unless I looked at the serial number.
You know the serial number for that weapon?
Not right offhand, no.
But you would recognize it if you observed it. Is that fair to say?
Not without looking at my records to identify the serial number.
But you gifted a gun just like that to your son Dustin, correct?
I did.
Court convulsion. Thank you, Mr. Duren. I have no other questions. Morning, Mr. Duren.
Good morning.
Mr. Duren, you testified that you were a sheriff in the county sheriff's department in Minnesota
Correct.
for 19 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you, in your role as a sheriff, did you have to testify in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are aware of the importance of telling the truth, correct?
Absolutely.
And to be honest,
Yes.
and to be as complete and detailed as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching TV in your living room, Minnesota, on the night of February 29, 2024, you testified that Deb received a phone call.
Correct.
Did you hear her receive that phone call, or did you find out after she came in?
I found out afterwards she came out of the bedroom hysterical.
But she was hysterical. She came out to talk to you. Prior to her coming out, you had no idea she received a phone call from Dustin.
I knew she was on the phone. I did not know who she was speaking with.
So Deb comes out hysterical and provides you information. And as a result of that, you called 911, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So when you called 911, you actually got Minnesota dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And what did you report to them?
That I had received information from my wife that Caitlyn had been shot.
Right. And did they transfer you to dispatch in New Hampshire?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't have to like hang up and call in somewhere, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. When you were transferred, you spoke to someone from dispatch and gave them the same information, correct?
I did.
Answered all their questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Provided them information like your son's name, right?
Correct.
Caitlin's name,
Yes.
the kids' names,
Yes.
what Dustin drove for a vehicle,
Yes.
his address.
Yes.
You didn't leave anything out.
No.
You're concerned for your son
Yes, and for Caitlyn,
and for Caitlyn and the grandchildren.
yes.
You didn't speak to Dustin that night though, correct?
I did not.
You were not in Berlin on the night of February 29th, correct?
No,
You didn't see what Caitlyn said that night, correct?
no,
You didn't hear what Caitlyn said that night,
no,
correct? You didn't see what Caitlyn did that night, correct?
correct.
Mr. Duren, you're a Marine veteran, correct?
That's correct.
And what years did you serve?
1977 to 81.
And as a Marine, are you expected to be familiar with firearms?
I am.
As a Marine, are you expected to shoot firearms with precision?
Yes,
Are all Marines expected to be able to deliver well-aimed shots to eliminate the adversary?
yes, ma'am.
Every Marine is a rifleman, correct?
Correct.
And every Marine, regardless of their specialty, go to infantry training, correct?
That's correct.
They're trained in ground combat, correct?
That's correct.
Everyone in the Marines is expected to be combat ready, correct?
That is correct.
Well, what does combat ready mean?
That at any time they could be called into a war zone.
As a Marine, you're trained to be ready for combat and to be a combat marksman, correct?
Correct.
You told us that you gifted Dustin a Beretta M9, correct?
Yes,
And that was your former service weapon.
yes,
And it became yours upon retirement.
yes.
Now, are you familiar with the M9?
I am.
Okay. Was that your regular service weapon that you used?
Yes, yes,
Was that the only weapon M9 that you used as the sheriff?
it was the only Beretta. Every few years we would be issued new firearms.
So the M9, the last firearm, the M9 that you gifted us in the last firearm that you had before you retired?
Yes,
The M9 is a pistol, correct?
it is.
A semi-automatic handgun?
Yes,
And what does that mean that it's semi-automatic? Action, Your Honor.
Basis.
Hearing you, your Rich.
Sure. Overruled.
What does it mean to be a semi-automatic pistol?
it means that it will fire every time you pull the trigger.
And the M9 is, it has several safety features, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And actually it was developed for use by the armed forces, correct?
Yes.
And it has a fail-proof safety system, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Duren, how many grandchildren do you have?
7.
7 grandchildren. And you testified earlier that Ellen and Valen are Dustin's 2 children, correct?
Right.
With Caitlyn, right?
Yes.
And at the time of this incident in February of 2024, Ellen was 4
Yes.
and Valen was 1.
Yes.
And at the time of the incident in February 2024, Dustin, Ellen lived in Berlin, New Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And Valen and Caitlyn had just come out a few days prior from Minnesota, correct?
Sustained.
When, before Dustin and Ellen moved to Berlin, New Hampshire, he lived with you and your wife, correct?
That's correct.
And Ellen and Valen lived with you part-time, correct?
Correct.
The other part of the time they lived with Caitlyn, correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware that Dustin and Caitlyn would exchange the kids for their, or objection, you're saying. Pressure?
Withdrawn, no ruling.
Oh, Mr. Duren, when Dustin and lived with you and your wife and his children, several months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were able to observe Dustin's relationships with each other, correct?
Yes.
And specifically with Ellen, you observed how close they were, correct?
Extremely.
Close. Dustin loved being father, as far as you could see, correct?
Very much so.
And he cared deeply for Ellen. Correct?
Overruled.
So based on your observations between Dustin and Ellen, he cared deeply for Ellen, correct?
That is
And when Dustin and the girls lived with you part-time, they were there 90 days, but not 40 days, correct?
That's correct.
So Justin and the girls were there at your home, at a higher ratio than the girls there.
Yes.
I don't have any more questions.
Peter?
Duren, you talked a little bit with defense counsel about being a Marine and having Marine training with respect to how to use a gun, correct?
Yes.
Part of your training as a Marine also involves being disciplined,
Yes.
when to appropriately use a gun.
Yes.
Does it also include when not to use a gun?
Yes.
As a Marine, are you taught to mindlessly fire?
Of course not.
You're in fact taught to assess situations, correct?
Yes.
To only fire when necessary,
Yes.
to take out a threat.
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Withdrawn. Sustained.
With respect to your training, Mr. Duren, are you taught as a Marine to shoot at a specific individual?
If necessary, yes.
Okay. And are you taught when and how to decide if it's necessary to shoot?
Yes.
How about an unarmed person? Is it necessary to shoot them?
Objection.
Overruled.
You may answer, Mr. Duren.
Yes.
It's necessary to shoot an unarmed person?
Objection, Your Honor, the approach.
Yep.
Include information on shooting persons who are unarmed?
Yes.
As a Marine, is that something that you're trained to do?
Yes.
Are there certain circumstances under which your training tells you that that can occur?
It depends on the threat at the time.
As a Marine, you're trained in ground combat?
Correct.
What is combat?
It means taking out your enemy if necessary.
Taking out your enemy? Are you trained as a Marine to be thoughtful with respect to your use of a handgun in combat?
Yes.
No other questions.
Because,
Nothing further.
okay, can Mr. Duren be excused?
I'm seeing.
Okay.
Question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mason.
Your Honor, quick notice.
Yes. O'clock. They will not talk whatsoever. I instruct you not to do that. If you happen to be grabbing a sandwich and you happen to run into any of the attorneys here, they will not talk to you and you should not talk to them. So
Trooper Johnson, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear today that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
I'm Detective Amanda Johnson. Last name is spelled Johnsson.
And where or how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the New Hampshire State Police.
And with the New Hampshire State Police, are you assigned to any particular troop, barracks, or section?
Yes, I'm in the major crime unit.
And what is the major crime unit?
Our primary job is to investigate homicides. We handle all officer-involved shootings throughout the state, as well as conflict cases that may arise that other agencies can't investigate.
So if there's a problem with the agency investigating, say, one of their own, you would maybe take that case?
Yes.
Okay. So in this instance, as a person in the major crime unit, what is your role specifically inside of investigations?
I primarily do crime scene investigation.
What does that mean?
I respond to the crime scenes and process them for evidence.
And do you have any kind of specialized training that allows you to do this type of job?
I attended the National Forensics Academy back in 2023, 10-week program investigating or helping to investigate forensics and things of that nature.
And how long have you been working with the New Hampshire State Police?
I just started my 18th year this past August.
And for how long have you been specifically working on crime scene investigation?
I've been in the major crime unit since 2019.
Now, I want to draw your attention to February the 29th of 2024. Did there come a time that you became involved in an investigation into a homicide by shooting that had occurred at 1063 or 1063 Main Street in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, I did. I believe that was an early morning call out.
Do you recall what time of day you received the call?
I think it was around 1 o'clock in the morning.
When you say you received the call, were you working at the time?
No, I was off duty sleeping.
Can you describe for us how that call occurred?
I was called by Lieutenant Johnson and advised that they had a homicide in the town of Berlin. He requested that I respond to the scene with the crime truck.
And when you say, were you assigned to a specific role for that crime scene?
That particular call, I was the officer in charge as well as the evidence technician, and I believe I took video that day.
Okay, when you say you were the officer in charge, that sounds fancy. What does that mean?
It's just more paperwork. Basically, I delve out. We all kind of split the tasks, the required tasks. And at the end, it's just I'm compiling all of the reports basically into one report.
And you said that you were asked to respond out with the crime scene truck.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what that is?
We have 2 crime scene trucks. They're basically mobile offices that hold our supplies and equipment.
And when you received that call to respond out to Berlin, what information was provided to you about what you were walking into?
I knew that the suspect was at large, and they were primarily focusing on locating him as well as children.
Was that part of your responsibility with respect to this case?
No, I brought the truck to the scene where I stayed for a while they finished investigative aspects of the case and finally did receive a court-authorized search warrant.
Okay. So you spent some time waiting while other steps were taken before you were able to get into the house?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your crime scene work. When you talk about working on a crime scene, can you describe for us sort of the methods or the steps that you use when you're documenting crime scenes?
Yes, like I said, we have various tasks that we have to complete there. We use a 3D scanner called a Faro that Faros the scene in 3D. One of us takes a GoPro video and walks around the crime scene with the video. One person's assigned to photographs. Another person's assigned to cataloging and documenting evidence that we collect. And it's, when we finally get in there, it's slow going because we essentially process the scene in layers. We take what's visible without disturbing anything, and then we start, peeling back the layers and documenting it as we go.
So when you initially arrive at a scene, you take it as it is, correct?
Yes.
You take photographs and videos of that?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said you started removing a layer.
Yes.
And when you remove each layer, what, if anything, do you do in terms of documentation?
So we photograph along as we search, when we move things and when we, search through things. Like, for instance, if you opened a drawer, we would take a photo and search the contents of the drawer and then take another photo. So just things are done in layers.
So when you take photographs, are you just taking a photograph sort of the overall space, or are there different layers even of the photographs that you take?
Yeah, so overalls, far away and then mid-range and then close up is typically how we do the photographs.
Are photographs taken in terms of when you arrive at a scene that has a person or a victim inside of it? Do you take photographs with the victim there as well as with them removed from the scene?
Yes, we take photographs as we come to the scene and how we find the scene and the body.
You indicated that some troopers or officers are tasked with locating evidence. Are photographs taken of that evidence as well?
Yes, we work as a team. We decide what we're going to collect, and as we go, we photograph and document what we're collecting.
Why so many photographs?
You can never take too many photographs. I've only experienced situations where you wish you would have taken more, so I tell everyone to, take as many as you think you should and then go further and take more.
Do you document every scene that you respond to in the same manner?
Yes.
Was the crime scene at 1063 Main Street documented in this way by video, photograph, and Faro?
Yes.
Were photographs taken with Ms. Naffziger's body present?
Yes.
And were photographs taken when her body was removed?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you and place up on the screen State's Exhibit 3A, which is in evidence. Would help if I turn on this light. And I may need to ask you to step down if you're unable to see it, and I do apologize because you may spend quite some time getting out of your by the screen. If that's all right with the board.
Yes, so long as the jury can hear and so long as we have appropriate audio and so long as it doesn't obstruct defendants at all, certainly.
If I can ask you to step down, it might be easier to stand closely against the fighters. And Commissioner.
Please.
Just in case. Now, Trooper Johnson, Is this the location, State's Exhibit 3A, which is on the screen, of 1603 Main Street?
Yes,
I'm sorry, 1063 Main Street.
yes,
And is this the location where you responded with the crime scene truck?
yes.
Can you describe what this building is for us?
This building is a apartment building. I was advised by the Berlin Police Department that there were 4 units total in that building.
By the time that you arrived on scene, had that dwelling already been cleared by the Berlin Police Department?
Yes, I have.
I'm not sure why the screen is flashing. It may have something to do with some interference we're receiving, but hopefully it'll stay on. So you indicated that it was a multi-unit dwelling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the investigation that you were working, the call that you were there for, what areas of this building were of interest to you?
We were authorized to search Mr. Duren's apartment, which was the lower level apartment, the first floor.
I'm going to stop for a second. Just because it doesn't seem to be cutting out on any of the monitors, just that monitor. So maybe it's just a loose connection. I just didn't know if there's anything we can do.
You're getting some feedback on this, Your Honor, so I'm not certain if something's going wrong. Take my life in my hands and convict it.
That seems to have worked. Thank you.
Fingers crossed. All right, so you started to say, and I apologize, you started to say that you were authorized to search certain locations in this building. What were those locations?
Mr. Duren's apartment, which was the lower first level of the building.
Did you also conduct any searches in the garage bay?
Yes, we did.
Speaking about that garage bay, can you see that on the screen?
Most of it, yes.
Okay. Was there a garage bay that you learned was assigned to that first floor apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a car located in that garage bay?
No.
Were there any cars inside of any of the garage bays when you were on scene?
Yes, there were other tenants that had vehicles there.
Were those cars checked?
I recall that one tenant needed to get to her vehicle, so we escorted her to get the car, and we just performed a quick search by consent just to make sure we weren't missing anything.
In terms of the garage space, were any items of evidentiary value were recovered from that location?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, did you take video of the exterior of this building?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain for us how you did that?
Utilizing a GoPro camera, I walked around outside and then walked inside, slowly just getting all the rooms in that apartment.
When you do that, you're just holding the GoPro camera in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And are you talking, narrating? What can we expect that we would hear?
No, no talking.
Now, prior to this hearing, did you review, I should have actually stayed over with you. Did you review some exhibits prior to being tested?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you take a look at State's Exhibit 7A?
Yes, I did.
Is that a video clip that you took of the
So
exterior?
yeah, we were talking a little bit over here about.
Did you also review State's
here, let me
Exhibit
just,
7B?
Yes.
Is that a video of clip?
Talking a little bit about Hurricane Melissa has made landfall. $185-mile-an-hour wind still. Geez, that's just 892. I think Wilma was the lowest. 892 is pretty low. Wilma was Wilma was the record. I remember that. 882. Wilma was 882. This is 892. Melissa's 892. That's pretty low. Let's see if I can get. So the 35 Labor Day hurricane was 892. Gilbert, which also hit Jamaica, that was 888. So 892. I mean, you're splitting hairs, but so Wilma was 882. We got hit by Wilma. I remember Wilma. That took out our power for a while. So Wilma was 882. Gilbert 888. Labor Day hurricane 892. Melissa 892. Rita 895. Milton, remember Milton? That was last year with Sarah Boone 895. And then Allen in 1980 was 899. I should read that over here too. All right, we're just going over some hurricane data here, you guys. So I was just saying that I remember Hurricane Wilma because we lost power. Aaron and I lost power. That was in 2005 when she hit. So that the millibars for Wilma were 882. And Hurricane Gilbert, which also hit Jamaica, that was at 888. Labor Day hurricane at 1935 was 892. And now Hurricane Melissa has tied the Labor Day, 1935 Labor Day hurricane at 892. So she is tied for the third lowest Atlantic hurricanes by millibars. Hurricane Rita was 895. Milton, we all remember Milton from last year with Sarah Boone. Remember that Hurricane Milton came. We were live. We were doing lives with Milton, watching Hurricane Watch, and Sarah Boone was supposed to start, and they pushed her out. Milton pushed her out. So that was 895. And then Hurricane Allen in 1980. I don't remember Hurricane Allen. I was not in Florida at that point. 899. So Wilma, then Gilbert, which also Gilbert hit Jamaica as well. And then Labor Day hurricane, and then now Melissa. So Melissa has made landfall for those that are keeping track of such things. So, yeah, here in the States, it takes us years, not like 10 years, but like a year to 2 years to recover from a hurricane. Jamaica doesn't have the infrastructure. They just don't have the money. They don't have the infrastructure. I know there's going to be lots and lots of people donating things, and that goes a long way, but you need cash. You need money. You need resources. And, it's going to take time. It is going to take them time. They're going to be without power. I mean, I don't even think weeks. I think that's going to be months they're going to be without power. Even if you have a generator, like all the hotels down there, the Sandals, and what are the other ones down there? The Club Meds or whatever. They they have generators. I'm sure. Of course, I know they have generators. So I guess they'll be able to get back up and running. But there is the vast majority of the structures down there just cannot withstand even 50-mile-an-hour winds. So. It's going to take them a long time. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom or hyperbole, but it's definitely going to take time for them to recover. So anyway, so that's the latest on Hurricane Melissa. The only bright light, I guess, if you want to call it that, it's moving at 9 miles an hour. It was at 5. I think it was like 1 at one point, and then 3, then 5 miles an hour, and now it's up to 9 miles an hour. Which, again, any bit of good news you take. Any bit of good news you take. And that's like a little sliver of good news. Because I remember Dorian. We were staring Dorian right in the eye. I mean, she was coming right at us. And Dorian stopped right over the Bahamas, stood there for like 2 days, and then just did a right turn, literally 90 degrees, and went north. That was a Cat 5. We were literally staring down a Category 5. And all my friends and family and Aaron's friends and family, they're like, "Are you guys going to leave? You going to leave?" And we're like, "Nope, we're not going to leave. We're not." I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird, this thing that you just don't. If you're in a good structure and you're out of flood, then I hate to say this because I don't want to give bad advice, but for me, this is only for me. If I'm in a safe structure, solid structure, and I'm out of a flood zone, which we were, and there were no tall trees around us, I'm not going to leave. because to get back is nearly impossible. You don't know what's going to be happening to your property. To go to a shelter, I would never ever go to a shelter. And again, this is just me. You guys take it, don't take this as advice. I'm just saying, for me, I would never go to a shelter, especially when we had dogs. No way, we'd never do that. So if anything, we would just take off and go, just travel north until we hit somebody that we knew. But we have lots of friends in Florida, and they're always like, "Oh, come visit us, come stay with us. We're on the West Coast. Come," So we would take them up on that, I would think. But yeah, we had Dorian stopped at the Bahamas, was like 60 miles off our coast, and I know what the Bahamas went through. I can only imagine what Jamaica's going through right now. It's it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty when all is said and done. It's not going to be pretty. So anyway, do what you can. Do what you can. There's lots of food banks. I know we were watching a Miami-based newscast the other day, and they were saying, go to your local fire departments. They could drop off food there. Canned foods. It's all about canned foods. Nothing perishable, obviously. I don't even think they were accepting clothes. I think, they were. I don't even know if they were accepting clothes. It's just basically food and water at this point, and like hygiene, hygiene stuff, hygienic things. So anyway, all right, that's our update for Hurricane Melissa. Definitely not a good situation in Jamaica right now, so we'll keep an eye on that. Green Eye Cat, thank you. We're always welcome in Tennessee. Appreciate that, Green Eye Cat. Yeah, we have lots of, no family, but friends although I do have some family moving to Florida soon. But friends, lots of friends in Florida, and they're always like, if we're on the East Coast, they're like, come over, come on onto the West Coast. And we do the same for them. If it's hitting the Gulf Coast, we're like, come on over to the East Coast. And then to get on the road, you have to get on the road like 2 days before. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in traffic. We had our landlord was, he left, he bugged out, and it was, which one was it? Was it Irene? Was it Irene? Irene? It might have been Irene. It was just a couple years ago. I'm forgetting my hurricanes already. And he took off. And it was one that was going to come and hit the East Coast. So he took off to Orlando, and then it curved and came up the spine of Florida. So he kept going north. He was on the road for like 2 days while the hurricane's chasing him. He finally ended up in like North Carolina. And I'm just like, no. And I've known other friends that they get stuck. You run out of gas, you get stuck on 95. You're basically in a parking lot while tornadoes are flopping around. And it's just, no. If you're going to bug out, do it like at least 2 days before, or else you're going to get stuck in traffic. And that's a nightmare, because what are you going to do? You run out of gas, you got to go to the bathroom, you're in a parking lot on 95. And if you guys, for those on the West Coast, 95 is basically it's the main artery from Maine down to Florida. It's a major highway. And you get stuck on that. And it's just a nightmare. I've had too many friends that have tried to do that over the course of 20, 30 years. And it's just a nightmare. So for me, I'd rather just ride it out, make sure I have my supplies, make sure everything's tightened up, and you just ride it out. But that's just me. I'm not in a flood zone. We're not in a flood zone here. Yeah, we have trees. Trees could come down, sure. But and that's bad. Trust me, that's bad too. Actually, we had a huge pine tree come down in a January storm. It was one of those derechos, maybe, is that what they're called? came right across our property, took down a huge pine tree, probably about a 30, 40-foot pine tree, and then took down another tree on the other side of the property, and that was probably about 30 feet too. So that wasn't even a hurricane. That was just a regular January storm coming through. So anyway, yeah, Ian, your brother lost Cape Coral, lost his roommate. Yep. Yeah, I mean, is Fort Myers? I mean, are they still building? What's Fort Myers? It was Ian that hit them, right? Are they still? Let's see. Plans to rebuild Times Square. Yeah, a week ago. They still haven't. Fort Myers is actively rebuilding after Hurricane Ian. I mean, Fort Myers is rich. Fort Myers has money, and they're still rebuilding. They are still rebuilding. You know, after Ian, which was, when was Ian? Like 3 years ago now? 3 years. 3 years ago, Fort Myers Beach is still rebuilding. I mean, and Fort Myers has money, you guys. It's not like Fort Myers is, you know, that's a nice part of Florida. There's a lot of money in Fort Myers, and they're still rebuilding. So just imagine a country like Jamaica. It's like, what, less than 3 million people. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources. You know, it's going to take them a long. The only good thing is that they have is tourism. So they do have the tourism. So that's a good thing. So the tourism will help bring money in. You know, I think that's a good thing for them to rebuild. But yeah, it's going to take them a long time, years. It's going to take them years to rebuild. So, all right. So, with that being said, Montego Bay, yep. Well, all right, let's get back to trials.
Now, for the ease of this, Super Johnson, I'd ask you to step over towards me just really quickly. I would ask if you take a look through States Exhibits 8A through 8T. I just need to separate them out so that we've got the right. You have you flip through these photographs for me. You can flip them in my direction as they're not. I think we have an agreement that they're coming to evidence, John. As you're doing this, Trooper Johnson, do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they are?
Photographs of the apartment as well as the evidence that we collected.
Do those photographs, as you look at them, fairly and accurately show the apartment as you observed it when you responded there?
Yes, it does.
If I can ask you to step back over. If you need a break or any water, just let me know. Can you stand up quite a bit? Now, with respect to, and Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to strike the ID as to States Exhibits 8A through 8T and admit them into evidence. No, Your Honor.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 8A through 8T inclusive, and they may be considered full exhibits.
I'm just showing you States Exhibit 8A. This is a close-up of the roof door at 1063 Main Street that we've just seen.
Yes.
And in this image, the door is ajar.
Yes.
Okay, was it open like that when you responded?
Yes.
Where does this door lead again?
To a small common area utilized by all the tenants to access their apartments.
Moving into State's Exhibit 8B, what are we looking at here?
That straight ahead door is where the scene was.
And the straight ahead door is the door to where?
Duren's apartment.
Okay, so the defendant's Duren's apartment?
Yes.
You can go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to give you a break for this a second. You had indicated when you first began testifying that you had not immediately just jumped right in. You had to wait for quite some time.
Correct.
And why were you waiting?
Like I said, we were waiting for the investigators to try to figure out where the suspect was and locate the children. And then that shifted gears to writing a search warrant for the apartment.
Okay. Were you also waiting for somebody from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Did someone from the medical examiner's office arrive on scene?
Yes.
What, if anything, occurred once that happened?
When the medical examiner arrived on scene, she, under her authority, went to the apartment to examine the body that was located in the living room.
And did you enter into the apartment to do that?
Yes.
Were you present personally with the ADME or the assistant or associate deputy medical examiner?
Yes.
To examine the body?
Yes.
Can you describe when you observed Ms. Naffziger's body, how she was positioned?
She was sitting on the couch. Her right leg was up on the coffee table, and she had a blanket around her body.
Did you, as well as the assistant deputy medical examiner, observe any injuries to Ms. Naffziger?
We saw wounds that were consistent with a gunshot wound to the head.
Did you observe any weapons near Ms. Naffziger?
No.
Did she have any property near her besides the blanket that you just described?
She had a cell phone that was next to her on her right side on the couch.
At the time that you entered into the living room with the medical examiner's office, did you observe any evidence that was consistent with Ms. Naffziger having been shot in addition to her wounds that you observed?
Yes. To my right of the couch, I noticed a fired cartridge casing on the floor next to the couch.
Can you tell us what a fired cartridge casing is, Ms. Tina?
When a bullet's fired, the casing is what ejects from the pistol.
With respect to the first floor apartment, can you give us sort of an idea of what that apartment itself consisted of in terms of rooms? What was the layout?
Yes, it looked like there was 3 bedrooms, but they were using another room as like a 4th bedroom. 2 rooms were empty, utilized for what appeared to be storage. One of the rooms looked like a little girl's room. And then off of the living room, there was a room that would look like it was utilized as the master bedroom.
United States Exhibit 22, the record access.
Yes, this is the diagram of Mr. Duren's apartment.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the layout of the apartment as you observed it?
Yes.
And the locations of where items were inside of the living room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID and admit States 22 as filled by agreement. Yep, no objection.
The ID may be stricken and Exhibit 22 may be considered a full.
Putting up on the screen States Exhibit number 22. I don't know if you can do it from there. I'm going to do what I can to not have you just standing here for the entirety of your testimony. With respect to this exhibit as we look at it, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Ms. Naffziger was positioned? If you need to step down, please do.
She was, like I said, on the couch, and she had her right foot elevated on the coffee table.
When she's sitting on the couch, is she towards the desk on the couch, or is she on the other side of the room in terms of where she is?
More consistent with where you have the casing marked on that side of the couch.
Okay. So I just put up the red to show where Miss Naffziger was located. Is that where she was fairly inaccurately?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I click again, for the jury to see, there's a casing that's marked there. Is that all consistent with where you observed the body of Miss Naffziger on the sofa or the couch?
Yes.
And then where the casing was observed?
Yes.
After the assistant medical examiner examined the body of Miss Naffziger, what, if anything, occurred?
I believe that we left the body there so that we could farrow with the body in place, just because if I come to a scene and the body has not moved by first responders and it's located in the original spot, I like to document and preserve that. So I believe we farrowed that room and then we removed the body.
Okay. Farrow, did you also take photographs?
Yes.
And then the body was removed?
Yes.
And was the scene still secured at that point pending the search warrant?
Yes. The Berlin Police Department provided scene security that day.
What does it mean to provide or scene security or secure a scene?
Usually we corded off with crime scene tape, and we'll have at least one or two cruisers standing by and making sure that no one unauthorized enters through the crime scene.
In fact, prior to having a search warrant, does anyone enter into it except to deal with the body?
No, just with the medical examiner.
Later that afternoon, around 1:40 p.m., did you receive authorization through a search and seizure warrant to enter into the home to conduct your examination of the scene?
Yes.
And at that point, is that when you started the process that you described to us before about photographing in layers?
Yes.
I think we're going to have to ask you to step down. Absolutely. Putting States Exhibit 8C, which is in evidence on the screen, can you describe for us where we are or where this photograph was taken inside of the apartment?
That's as you walk in, that entryway door in the rear.
And when you look at this, it's sort of a hallway, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know where the doors on either side of that hallway lead?
Those are the spare bedrooms that, like I said, they appear to be utilized as storage.
And straight ahead?
Straight ahead leads into the kitchen.
You continue to walk down that hallway and end up in the kitchen. What do you have on your right-hand side?
The right-hand side is the living room and master bedroom area.
And to the left?
That was the little girl's room.
I want to look first with you, if we can, at States Exhibit 8D. Which room is this?
This is the spare bedroom to the right when you're walking down that hallway immediately upon entering the apartment.
And is this one of the rooms that you indicated was pretty much used as storage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, zooming in a little bit closer into States Exhibit 8D, were evidence recovered or items recovered of interest in this case in the closet?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 8F, what are we seeing in this image?
ALJ2 looks like a box of ammunition, and ALJ3 looks like a holster, a gun holster.
Can you explain for us, so you're reading the yellow markers, is that fair to say?
Yes.
What do those yellow markers signify?
It's just how we document evidence that we're taking. Whoever's the evidence technician that day, we utilize our initials. I'm Amanda Lee Johnson, so ALJ, and as we go, we assign each piece of evidence a number.
Do the numbers have any meaning about importance or anything like that?
No.
And what do the numbers stand for?
It's just the number of the next item. So from there, the next item would be 4.
I want to go ahead and take a look with you at the items that you're looking at on that top shelf and the items that were marked. Looking first at States Exhibits 8G and 8H together on this slide. What is ALJ2 that you have marked?
A box of ammunition.
Looking next at States Exhibit 8I, which is in evidence, and your markers, I believe ALJ3, what are we looking at?
That's a shoulder holster with a magazine pouch.
When you say a magazine pouch, can you explain that for us?
You would put the magazines from a pistol in the pouch.
Next, looking on one side at States Exhibits 8J and 8A, what are we looking at in terms of ALJ3A?
So that's one of the magazines that was in the pouch, and that was the contents in the magazine, the ammunition.
So it was a loaded magazine.
Yes.
With respect to States Exhibits 8L and 8M together on this slide, ALJ3B, what are we looking at?
That was the other magazine in the pouch.
And so both 3A and 3B came from the holster that was recovered?
Correct.
And with respect to this, was this also a loaded magazine?
Yes, with those bullets in it.
Were you able to determine the type of ammunition that this was?
Yes, I believe they're all 9mm.
Now, once these items that we've just looked at are recovered and photographed on the scene, are they recovered?
Yes, we photograph them and we package them and secure them on the crime scene truck and later transfer it to the forensic lab.
Can you explain to us how they're packaged, what that process looks like?
We primarily use paper bags, but we put the item in a bag and we secure the bag with evidence tape so that it can't be tampered with and it's secured.
And do you sign those bags?
Yes, we initial along the seams to secure that chain of custody, essentially.
Now, in your search of the apartment, did you locate or recover a pistol or a handgun?
No.
Showing you next States Exhibit 8N coming back into the hallway of the apartment, can you kind of orient us back to where we are?
Yes, you're standing in the hallway and the door to the left was the other room, spare room that was utilized for storage.
With respect to the bedroom, which is the storage room, the first open door to the left in this photograph, was anything of evidentiary value marked and collected from there?
I don't recall from that room, no.
How about in the bathroom, the second open door on the left of the photo? Was there anything of evidentiary value marked or recovered?
Not that I recall.
Now I want to move further into the apartment, States Exhibit 8O. Can you orient us sort of here? And I know you've described sort of to the right and the left of the kitchen. Can you just let us know where we're looking here?
Yes, so the opening to the right is towards the living room, and then the left side by the cabinet, there's a door here that belongs to the little girl, bedroom belonging to the little girl.
And the kitchen also continues off to the right, is that, or the left, I'm sorry, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 8P. What are we looking at here?
That's just the other side of the kitchen.
Did you search the trash can that's over there?
Yes.
Why?
We conduct a complete search when we process the scene to include trash cans.
Was it when anything recovered from the trash can?
Yeah, I believe we recovered a receipt from the trash.
Showing you States Exhibit 8Q. Is that the receipt that you're discussing or saying that you recovered?
Yes.
Moving on to States Exhibit 8R. With respect to this item, is that the receipt from the trash can?
Yes, it is.
I want to ask you if you can read for us the highlighted portions of that.
Yes, it's a receipt from Harley Jack's Burgers and Brews in Ossipee, and it has a date of February 28th, 2024 at 4:46 p.m. The server's name was Christine K. The check number was number 14, and it says that it was ordered February 28th, 2024 at 4:46.
At 4:46 p.m.
Correct.
Moving into State's Exhibit 8S like Sam, can you describe where we're looking in this image?
You're standing in the kitchen looking into the living room.
So that doorway that's open there, that's the living room where Ms. Naffziger's body was found?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, earlier you had talked about the fact, and we had seen the video that you took of the outside of the house, right? And we watched that small clip. Did you take a similar video of the interior of this apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what you did in taking that video in its entirety?
Like I said, you walk into the apartment and you walk through all the rooms at a slow pace, just trying to document what's in each room.
You open all the drawers, look inside of everything?
Sometimes, like I said, we do it in layers, so you don't want to disturb too much. Normally, when we first get there, we want to document the scene as it is without manipulating it.
When you took the video of the interior of this house, had Ms. Naffziger's body already been removed?
No. Or it may have been. I know that we farrowed with the body in there. I may have taken the video after the body was removed. I'm not 100% positive on that.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward so you can see Exhibit 8T like Tom. At the time that this photo is Ms. Naffziger's body there?
She had been removed at that point.
Okay. Moving forward to State's Exhibit 7B, which is a clip from that video that is in evidence. Looking at this image here, was Ms. Naffziger's body present at the time of the video or removed?
She was removed at that time.
Okay, so we should not in this video expect that we will see.
Correct.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Well, this clip stops there. Did you also walk into that master bedroom area?
Yes.
I know. Looking at this where it's stopped, there appears to be a door that we're seeing. What door is that?
It was almost like there were French doors or double doors that opened into what was utilized as a master bedroom.
And then there's a marker on your screen. This white door that's here that I'm marking, what door is that?
That's the front door to the residence.
When you were on scene, what was the condition of that front door?
It was locked with a deadbolt.
Was the doorknob also locked?
I don't recall specifically. I just know that I remember that it was deadbolted and locked.
For Johnson, I'm going to show you two images. This is 7C and 7D. This fairly accurately shows still images from the video you just watched.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the IDS to States Exhibit 7C and D and admit admissible. No objection.
The ID may be stricken and the Exhibit 7C and Exhibit 7D shall be considered as full exhibits.
Putting up on the screen States Exhibit 7C, can you orient us to what we see inside of the living room?
Yeah, so you're standing in the master bedroom and you're looking through the doors into the living room.
And is this the layout of the living room as it was observed on that date?
Like I said, the body had obviously been removed, so things might have been disturbed when we moved the body.
I know you described the area and where the body was positioned, Ms. Naffziger was positioned. Can you give us a general idea of where we would expect to see her? Were she in this image?
She was positioned, if you see this pink blanket on the couch, that was wrapped around her. She was seated here with her right leg up on the coffee table, as if she was relaxing on the couch.
The red blanket that's on the floor in States Exhibit 7C by the coffee table, is that where it was originally located?
That may have been displaced during the removal when we removed the body.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID from States Exhibits 9A through 9J.
No objection. The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibits 9A through 9J inclusive, and they may be considered as full exhibits.
Can I have one more?
Sure.
Here, Johnson, placing onto the screen States Exhibit. Actually, let me ask you a few questions first. With respect to States Exhibits, or the next photographs, are Ms. Naffziger's body visible in the next couple of images that we're about to show?
Yes.
Can you describe for us when we see her? And I'm happy to have you take a look if you want to describe it from States Exhibits. So you don't have to remember it. Nice and nice. We have a couple of things to take a look at. Yes, you just direct them.
Yeah.
Can you describe for us what we should expect to see?
Yes, you can see the victim on the couch with the pink blanket on her. That red blanket that is on the floor in 7C was in fact to her left with her left arm resting on it. And her right leg is elevated and resting on the coffee table.
Moving on to the screen, States Exhibit 9A. Does this image represent the positioning of Ms. Naffziger as she was when her body was located?
Yes, that's the original location that we found her in.
And you've already described that the blanket, that the pink blanket is over her shoulder. She has another blanket next to her and her foot on the coffee table.
Yes, and a purple pillow behind it.
From what you observed, is Ms. Naffziger wearing any shoes on her feet?
No.
Were any shoes for an adult located near her in the living room?
I believe they were just children's slippers and children's shoes.
You had described a cell phone wallet case. Can you point that out to us?
Yes.
Behind that cell phone wallet case, what's that on the couch?
A pair of eyeglasses.
Now, behind Ms. Naffziger, almost at, I would say, the center of the photograph, there appears to be a white mark on the shelf of that built-in bookshelf. Can you describe for us what that white mark is?
Let me just make sure I'm pointing at the right thing. This mark right here. That's a built-in wooden shelf, and we located what appeared to be consistent with a defect
from.
And when you say a defect, what do you mean?
That's just the terminology that we use for lack of better terms, entryway of a bullet.
And moving closer, and State's Exhibit 9B, we also have the imagery of Ms. Naffziger on the scene. From this angle, can you still see where that bullet defect is?
Yes, right here.
And just one more, State's Exhibit 9C, moving in closer to Ms. Naffziger. Can you please describe for us what we see here?
What is consistent with a gunshot wound to the head.
Ms. Naffziger's clothing, first of all, that pink blanket is no longer over her shoulder. Was that moved by officers during the scene?
Yes, we moved on to like the next layer of documenting, and we would move the blanket off of her to photograph.
And once the blanket was removed, what is Ms. Naffziger wearing for clothing?
She looks like she has a black sweater on, a purple shirt, and it looks like a scarf around her neck.
Please, Exhibit 9D, what are we looking at here?
That's a photo of the couch after we removed the body of the victim.
Now, with respect to the glasses that were on the sofa, on the couch, what happened to those? Okay,
I believe that we collected those as evidence.
Would they have been transported with the body?
I can't recall specifically if we made them a separate exhibit or put the glasses in the bag with the body. I can't recall specifically, but I know we collected them.
Moving to State's Exhibit 9B, we've got a yellow marker here. Can you explain for us what we're looking at?
That's the evidence marker to mark the cell phone that's on the couch.
And you've done close-ups and overalls of all of these pieces of evidence. Is that fair to say?
I didn't personally take the photos. I don't believe I did. But yes, we documented close-ups.
So moving into State's Exhibits 9F and 9G, what are we looking at?
It's a cell phone that's contained within a wallet case.
Were the contents of that wallet case used to identify Ms. Naffziger on scene?
Yes.
And what was used specifically?
Driver's license.
I want to back up so that we can take a look at the couch as a whole. Looking at State's Exhibit 9H, is this just a full view of the couch or the sofa as it was inside of the living room?
Yes.
Now, when we watched that video walkthrough that you did, State's Exhibit 7B, you sort of got very close to the sofa. Is there a reason why you did that?
Just documenting close-up shots of the evidence.
Was there anything on the sofa itself that you were documenting specifically?
I recall doing close-ups on the left side of the couch, around here, that I located a couple of pieces, what appeared to be consistent with the skull.
So moving to State's Exhibit 7D, there are two items circled there. Can you explain for us what we're seeing?
That's what I noticed, and it's consistent with skull.
So consistent with bone pieces?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 9, we're back on I. Does this image accurately show the placement of the coffee table as it was in line with the sofa?
Yes.
And this is obviously after Ms. Naffziger's been removed.
Yes.
And that red blanket is positioned there from its original position, correct?
Yeah, it's displaced from its original position.
Now, you had discussed that when you looked at this living room, when you entered into it initially, and then when you were conducting your search for evidence, that you had observed casing inside of this location.
Yes.
Can you orient us to where we would be looking if we wanted to find where that casing was?
Yes, the casing was behind this chair on the floor, so that's the right side of the couch.
Now, I want to take a look at the rest of the living room. So this photograph states Exhibit 9J. Does that accurately show the living room as it would be viewed from the sofa or the couch?
Yes, it does.
In terms of this desk, what kinds of items were associated with the desk?
It appeared to be a computer desk, but we noted that the tower, the actual computer itself, was missing and unplugged.
At this time, the state would move to strike the ID from state's exhibits 10A through 10B and have them admitted as evidence. Objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 10A through 10D inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Mr. Johnson, I want to go back to that little chair where you said there was a casing. So looking at state's exhibit 10A, which should be on the screen now, can you sort of orient us to where the casing was found?
The casing's on the floor behind the child's, looks like a unicorn on the chair, right behind here.
And if I look at this image, there's a door frame that's right here where I'm illuminating in the corner of the photo. Where does that door go?
That goes to the kitchen.
And in terms of any other access points to leave this living room, where would those be located?
You could go forward, straight ahead to the master bedroom, and the front door is there.
Okay, so if I'm standing like the photo is taken, where would the doors to the master bedroom be?
To your back, behind you.
Okay, and the front entrance of the home would also be to my back and behind me?
Correct.
Okay, and the kitchen would be through this doorway here that I have marked to the right?
Correct, to the right.
You had indicated earlier that the shoes you remembered seeing were slippers for kids. Do you see those in this image?
Yes, they're under the pink table.
Show me next state's exhibit 10B. I think it's a little fuzzy there in the background, but can you identify what this marker, the yellow marker is that I've got illuminated?
Yeah, the ALJ5 marker is next to the kitchen.
Moving a little bit closer on that, state's exhibit 10C. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That's the fire cartridge casing.
And state's exhibit 10D.
That's the casing just flipped over to read the head stamp.
What's a head stamp?
The writing on the back of the casing.
What does that tell you?
It usually tells you a brand and caliber.
Were you able to determine the brand or the caliber from this?
It was a 9mm, and I believe it says S&B on the casing.
Is that consistent with other ammunition that was found inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. No, not yet. I promise. I misspoke. We're gonna do a couple more. At this time, the state would move to strike the ID from state's exhibits 11A through and including 11O and have them marked as full. Objection.
The identification may be stricken with respect to 11A through 11O inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Now, after the casing was recovered, you had started to indicate about that bullet defect that was in the built-in bookshelf.
Yes.
With respect to that bullet defect, was a bullet eventually recovered?
Yes, we recovered a projectile.
So a projectile, not a bullet. I apologize.
It's okay, same thing.
Can you explain the difference?
It's just a technical term for it that we utilize.
I want to go ahead and move into State's Exhibits 11A and 11B here. Can you describe for us, so 11A, fair to say, is the sofa as it was after Ms. Naffziger, as well as all the blankets and everything else were removed?
Correct, yes.
With respect to State's Exhibit 11B, can you explain to us what that yellow marker is for?
I'd have to look at my actual evidence report. I'm not sure if that is a swab or if it's a piece of skull or hair. I'd have to refresh my memory with the DSSP 20.
Looking at the report, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Showing you, Trooper Johnson, what I've marked for identification purposes only at State's Exhibit number 30, page 106108 for the record. You can take a look at that item.
Yes.
That's a copy of the report that you just referenced, your DSSP.
This isn't the DSSP 20, but it is part of my evidence technician report. It lists.
You can take a look and see if that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Based on this, your review of the report, what is that marker for?
That is for swabs of the reddish brown stain on the couch.
If you want to split that item. Moving next to State's Exhibit 11C, can you describe to us, and specifically, I want to ask you about this area of the sofa, and I'm not showing down my devices. One moment. So looking at State's Exhibit 11C, specifically I want to draw your attention to that white mark, the damage to the drawer. You've described that as a bullet entry?
Yes.
Okay. What else in this image, did you recover anything else from this area of the built-in bookshelf?
To the left of the defect by the knob, there's a bump of hair.
Moving a little bit closer into that 11D, there's a marker, ALJ7. Is that referencing the hair that you're describing?
Yes.
Okay. Gonna look a little bit closer. I think that's a little hard to see. So if we can move into State's Exhibit 11F, like Frank, what are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of the hair around the built-in.
And that hair was recovered?
Yes.
Yep. We've reached a verdict. We got a verdict.
Moving to
So
State's Exhibit 11G.
Let's jump over here. They're saying they have a verdict over here. They are saying they have reached a verdict. We have a verdict. I'm going to pause the clock. So 2:55, roughly. 2:55, so just Yeah. All right, we have a verdict. Oh, thank you, Alice. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Alice. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Which one? Oh. Yikes. Awesome. That'll get us, that'll get. Yes, we have a verdict. We do have a verdict. 13th juror, we have a verdict. It's being reported that we have a verdict. I wish... confirmed on 2, yes, Sarah, Sharon, sorry. Confirmed on 2 sources. 2 sources have confirmed it. We have it confirmed on 2 sources, so we're pretty solid that they have a verdict. Stopped at 2:38, 2 hours, 38 minutes. Got it in two sources, widespread panic, 2 sources. The 2 sources that are streaming it. So you can guess which sources those are without me saying it. All right, so after, let's see, 195 votes, how long will the jury deliberate today? 2 to 4 hours, 47% thought that. 0 to 2 hours, 32% thought that. 17% thought 4 to 6 hours, and 4% of us thought 6+ hours. So 2 to 4 hours is the winner. We're at 2.5 hours, so 2 to 4 hours is the winner. Let's see. Sherlife, who am I going to hit up for an interview? Wait, who am I going to hit up for an interview? Sherry M saying justice for Caitlyn. Sherry says, my daughter's name is Caitlyn, spelled with an I instead of a Y. Oh, that's nice. Short verdicts are commonly guilty, but you just never know. Can I just say I love House Long? Teresa, I can't. I can never say how. I can never say how anymore. It's always House Long. And then Barry comes in and he's always asking, House Long this, House Long that. Right, Teresa? Yeah, I can never just say how long. How long? Running with scissors. Even if it's spelled correctly, I always read house. Yeah, me too. C. Gilmore, running with scissors. May I use your name at Starbucks? That's funny. Danny Dawn, does a jury get to decide punishment? Is there a punishment phase? I hate when they do that. Good question. I don't know. I don't know with New Hampshire because I don't think we've ever done a trial out of New Hampshire, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm thinking it's going to be the judge. I'm going to go with the judge. I'm still going to say it's the judge, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Andriel says, I've been following trials for years, and I only know of one where short deliberation acquitted and resulted in an acquittal, and that was Travis Rudolph, Ford versus Travis Rudolph. Danny Dawn, I've watched so many trials, I think maybe I need a break. C. Gilmore, I usually use the name Princess Cupcake when my hubby is picking up the order. Order number 34 for Princess Cupcake. Order number 34 for Princess Cupcake. Please come and pick up your Mocha Laka Chakalaka Mocha Frappuccino Princess Cupcake. Your Mocha Laka Faka Chaka. That's pretty funny. I'm sure he loves that too, right? C. Gilmore, he's probably like, yeah. Didn't you do the Montgomery trial? Montgomery. Did we do a Montgomery trial? You got to refresh my memory. I've got 2 trials going on. A hurricane in my what Montgomery? What's that? Is that New Hampshire, Montgomery? Only when construction workers are around. You are wicked. You are wicked. I love it. Danny Don, oh man, I need to proofread before I send. Sorry about that. If I don't, let's see, sorry about that. If I don't type fast and get the thought out, I just forget. Sometimes we wonder about you, Denny Don. Sometimes we do wonder. Harmony Montgomery, no, we did not cover that. Oh, no. Harmony Montgomery? We didn't cover it. No, we did not cover that. Anita, number 134 on the thumbs up list. Hope one and all are having a great Tuesday. Virginia, here from California, always lurking. Thank you for letting us know, Virginia. Yeah, we appreciate you guys just popping in and saying, you know, hey, we like that too. We think that's fantastic. Just pop in and give us a quick hello. Always nice to know you guys are out there. Adam Montgomery. Yeah, we were going to cover that one. Didn't he was like in a RV or a camper? Is that the one he was like in a camper? And I wanted to cover that and something else came up. I do remember that. Was that one where he was in a camper? But no, we did not cover it. But if it's the one I'm thinking of, he was like in a camper. Is that the right one? Tammy, yeah, I am. That's why I'm kind of looking forward to this one being over, and then I can come back and focus on the Matthew Paul. Virginia, thank you. You're always watching. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Kelly, yeah. How long until reading verdict? It came in at 2:55. It's already been 10 minutes, so I would say another 5 minutes or so. I see, people are moving around. I'd say 15 minutes. I see Denny Dunn. I wonder about myself sometimes too. Yeah. Oh, here we go. All right. All right, no audio yet. No audio yet. And please, no spoilers. I mean, we're as caught up as can be. We're not behind, but again, if you happen to see it somewhere else, just please don't spoil it for us. We're trying to watch this on our own. We're trying to watch this on our own in our own time.
Yes, thank you. Judge, yep, everybody's ready. Everyone.
All rise. Corwin County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Jonathan S. Gazelle presiding. Please
Thank you.
remain standing for the honorable jury.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Duren, if you could remain standing and face the jury. Madam Foreperson, will you please stand? Has the jury reached verdict?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of the crime of second-degree murder, recklessly causing the death of Caitlyn Naffziger, as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2217221C, or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty?
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2217222C, or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of the crime of endangering welfare of a child as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2217223 or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty.
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
How say you, Madam Foreperson, is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of the crime of second-degree murder, knowingly causing the death of Caitlyn Naffziger as charged in the charging document identified with charge ID 2237508C or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say, Madam Foreperson, the defendant is guilty.
Yes.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. You may be seated.
Your Honor, could you call the jury, please?
Certainly, defendant has requested to poll the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 3, will you please stand? Sir, in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of the charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
How say you, is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
How say you, is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
And is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Have a seat. Juror number 6, if you could stand in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
How say is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
How say is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
And how say is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Juror number 7, if you could stand in your individual capacity as juror, how say you, is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Have a seat. Juror number 8. In your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty? Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty? Thank you. Juror number 9. In your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Juror number 10. In your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second-degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
And is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second-degree murder knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Juror number 11, in your individual capacity as juror, how say does the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering the welfare of a child, or not guilty? Guilty. And is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder, knowing, or not guilty? Guilty. Thank you. Juror number 12. In your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
And is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder, knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Juror number 13, in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder, knowing, or not guilty?
Guilty.
Thank you. Juror number 14. In your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Guilty. And is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder, knowing, or not guilty? Guilty. Thank you. Juror number 15, in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder, knowing, or not guilty? Guilty. Thank you. And juror number 16, in your individual capacity as juror, how say is the defendant Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217221C, second degree murder reckless, or not guilty? Guilty. How say is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217222C, reckless conduct, deadly weapon, or not guilty? Guilty. Is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2217223C, endangering welfare of a child, or not guilty? Guilty. And is Dustin Duren guilty of charge ID 2237508C, second degree murder, knowing, or not guilty? Guilty. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, any further requests at this time? Okay, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, I want to thank you for your service, and in a moment I'll have you retire to the jury deliberation room. I'll come in and see you in just a moment, and thank you again for your service. Anything further on behalf of the state before I dismiss this jury?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defendant before I dismiss this jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please rise for the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. State's position on bail.
Your Honor, the state would ask that bail remain at no bail.
Any response from the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Bail shall be no bail will be continued, and I would like to address the jury sooner rather than later. Next thing would be the court would order a pre-sentence investigation from the New Hampshire Department of Corrections, and a sentencing date will be determined. Obviously, the Department of Corrections will need a certain amount of time before a pre-sentence investigation report can be completed. Do we have a tentative date, or we would?
Yes, Your Honor. There is time on the docket on December 11th starting at around 10 a.m. Does that work for counsel?
I can just check, Your Honor. We have a lot of family members. That's about 45 days. That's fine. You know, the state can make December the 11th work. How much time would the court have available for us on that date for a hearing?
At this time, Your Honor, from 10 a.m. on is there's free time, so.
That's fine with the state.
I'll state, my concern is I want to make sure that during the month of December, obviously there's other things that also occur that sometimes interfere with the participation in these sorts of matters, but we will take that under advisement under the circumstances. Anything further at this time from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, any, defense counsel, anything further at this point? Okay, all right. I will speak to the jury. The matter is concluded. Mr. Duren, I remand you back to the custody of the Cohasset County Sheriff's Department. Court will be in recess.
All right.
All right, PSI, which is pre-sentencing investigation, is going to happen on December 11th. I don't know if that's sentencing or not, because we've seen some trials where they have, off he goes, off you pop, off you pop. We've seen some trials where PSI is set, and that's just to come in, and then they set the sentencing after that. So I'm not sure if that's going to be sentencing or not, but we'll obviously keep our eyes out for it. Guilty on all 4 counts. Second degree, actually it was second degree twice. So second degree, got it twice, and then endangering welfare of a child and reckless conduct with a deadly weapon. So they got him twice, or they got him 4 times, I should say. And I counted 6 males, 6 females, but could be a little bit off on that. So, all right, you guys, there you go. 2 hours and 38 minutes. Caitlyn got some justice. Caitlyn got some justice. So I honestly, I just did not see this. I didn't see this going any other way, but guilty. But he took it to trial. He took it to trial and he found out, right? So guilty on all counts, all 4 counts. Seems like they're going to have a PSI, possibly a sentencing on December 12th. We will obviously be keeping our eyes out for it, and when they stream it, we will cover it. So, with that being said, let's all bounce over to Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul, because he's giving an interview right now, a police interview. So let's go over there. Thank you guys for watching. All the clues have been dropped over there. We are going to end this stream. This trial is ending for us. Tomorrow we will be solely focused on Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul and Stephanie Pavlon. So thank you on behalf of the entire Trial TV Live team. We thank you. I want to thank our mods. I want to thank Aaron. And thank you to the cats for entertaining us as much as they have been. And thank you, chat, for watching with us, watching this trial with us. 6 days. We had 6 days of trial, and it was a good one. It was a good one. Interesting case, and it was a good one. So with that, I will say goodbye. Thank you for watching. Please join us over at Wisconsin versus Matthew Paul, and we will see you there. And have a good one. And I don't have any kitties to show you. So with that, I'll say goodbye. Thanks for watching.